Good afternoon. Professor Avichai Mendelblit, former Attorney General of Israel and former Military Advocate General, currently Dean of the Ramat Gan Academic Center for Law and Business, Ed Amit Becher, President of the Israel Bar Association, Honorable Judge Monika Frąckowiak, President of the District Court in Poznan, Poland, Honorable Judge Tamás Matusik, Senior Judge, Budapest Metropolitan Court, former President Hungarian National Judicial Council, Professor Yoram Danziger, former Justice of the Supreme Court of Israel, Dr. Ayala Prokachia, former Justice of the Supreme Court of Israel, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. From here, we wish to send our deep condolences to the family of those who murdered in the morning terror attack. Our hearts are with you. And in a sharp transition, it's my great honor to open this important conference. Is this what the end of the democratic era looks like? Here in Israel, we look at the governmental changes being advanced, and we ask ourselves difficult question. Was this triggered by the disengagement? Isn't the result of neglecting the liberal camp? Or perhaps it is something deeper, a gradual erosion of liberal democratic values that we failed to notice over the years. But we must recognize that this is not only a local story. Israel is part of much broader global trend. Across the world, from Central Europe to the Middle East, we see efforts that could be described as attempt to close the democratic chapter of history. Our guests here, from Poland and Hungary, remind us that the challenges we face are not unique, but rather part of a shared struggle to preserve the democratic order. In the recent year, institutions designed to safeguard the rule of law and protect human rights have been increasingly under pressure. Courts, parliament, civil society, and the media, the very pillars of democracy, have been challenged, weakened, and sidelined. The result is what scholars call democratic backsliding. This conference has a clear purpose: to highlight how these processes are alike and give us ways to protect democracy. Together, we will examine how democratic backsliding unfolds and how it impacts the judiciary. And crucial, how bar association, the private sector, and civil society can mobilize to resist and halt systematic erosion. The Israel Bar Association, together with our local partners and the international partners, has a special duty to defend the integrity of the legal profession, to safeguard the independence of the judiciary, and to protect the public trust in the rule of law. That is why your presence here matters so much. This gathering is more than a meeting of experts. It's a statement of solidarity and commitment to the democratic values. And now, it is my great pleasure to invite our distinguished speakers to offer their opening greeting. First, I would like to invite Ed Amit Becher, President of the Israeli Bar Association.
First, I would like to begin sending my deep condolences to the families of those murdered today, and all the wishes to those who are injured, some of them severely injured, fighting for their lives. That is a grim reminder that terrorism and violence in general can never be accepted, and any democratic seeking or life-seeking nation has to fight and never give up fighting monstrous people who not only aim to take lives, but they aim to take our souls and dignity and way of living as people who want to live side by side. I will say that also in short in Hebrew. אני מבקש למסור את תנחומיי לנרצחים היום בפיגוע בירושלים, ולשלוח את איחולי החלמה מלאה לכל הפצועים. חלקם נאבקים על חייהם, זה יום קשה. ותראי תזכורת שמלחמה בטרור היא צו חיינו, אנחנו לעולם לא יכולים להשלים עם קיום של ישות טרור ושל אנשי טרור, ומאבק דמוקרטי חייב ללכת יחד עם מאבק למען החיים ונגד טרור ונגד אלימות בכלל. Unfortunately, I will refer also to some of these things later in my remarks. Then in short, in a sharp change, the democratic backsliding is a phenomenon and a challenge common to many Western democracies. Not only are processes shared, but often strategies and processes in one country influence and accelerate processes in others. Those who plan and lead anti-democratic processes also receive from each other ideological inspiration as well as practical experience and tools of methods. Israel joined the global phenomena only a few days after the formation of the current government, when the Minister of Justice announced a governance reform which has nothing to do with necessary reforms in the system. Rather, it is an entirely judicial overhaul designed to weaken and even crush the independence of the judiciary, to make it political and controlled by the government, and also to crush the public legitimacy and the public trust in the systems, to label the entire justice judicial branch with all its sub-branches as unpatriotic, disloyal, as one that acts against the will of the people. And all of this is aimed to set the ground for deepening the constitutional changes, all of which are aimed to weakening judicial review of government actions and turning the judicial branch another branch serving the government. Therefore, the Israeli Bar Association has stood up and still standing up for a determined public struggle to halt the judicial overview or regime overhaul and preserve Israel's democracy. I will elaborate that and the actions that the bar is taking later on in a one-on-one discussion which I will hold with my dear friend Nadav Weissman. But at this stage, in my opening remarks, I would note that this conference is a part of the bar's actions, ongoing actions and efforts, and it's extremely important for sharing knowledge, for better understanding the dangers of the judicial, of crashes in the judicial independence, and the independence of the legal profession as well as joint thinking about ways to rebound and recover when political terms will allow that. Thanks to the determined public struggle which the Bar Association in Israel and the entire legal community in Israel played a senior role in, but not only the bar, also large parts of the Israeli society and civil society, doctors, academics, high-tech leaders, professionals, students, many more, have created an unprecedented and non-violent popular public protest that emerged in Israel, which has led to stopping or slowing down some of the significant portions of the planned changes, and mainly halted and slowed down significant constitutional changes and improper political attempts for political appointees within the judicial system. Although some of the constitutional changes did pass in the Knesset, the attempts to influence the appointment of judges and to oust the Attorney General still continue with full force. thanks to the slowing of the processes, the preservation of the Supreme Court of Israel as professional and independent, as well as the determined stand for the Attorney General and the head of the State Attorney's office's independence, the judicial system in Israel is standing on its feet, and the State of Israel is a democratic, a functioning democracy, and we're proud of that very much. I will want to share a few words with my Israeli colleagues and viewers before I send you on to the conference. מדינת ישראל, חברים וחברות, הוקמה מאפר ועפר 3 שנים לאחר שואת עמנו. והיא הוקמה במזרח תיכון בסביבה עוינת ואנטי דמוקרטית במהותה. ובתנאים האלה הקמנו מדינה מפוארת, צבא, כלכלה, מערכת בריאות, מערכת חינוך, מדע, אקדמיה ומערכת משפט עצמאית חזקה ומפוארת ודמוקרטיה חזקה. וזה נס במזרח התיכון ולא פחות מכך. ואת כל זה עשינו בלי חוקה, וכשתשתית החוקתית ששומרת על המשטר הדמוקרטי בישראל, לפחות הפורמלית, היא תשתית רעועה ביותר, חלשה, חסרה. בסופו של יום התפתחו במדינת ישראל 2 מוסדות עיקריים ובלעדיים ששומרים על המשטר הדמוקרטי. אחד זה בית משפט עליון עצמאי, ומאוד מוערך בארץ ובעולם, ומוסד יועץ משפטי לממשלה, עצמאי, הפוליטי ובלתי תלוי בממשלה, והוא גם זה שעומד, אותו יועץ משפטי לממשלה, ואני לא אומר היועצת, כי הקרב היום הוא לא על יועצת מסוימת, אלא על מוסד כולו. הוא גם זה שעומד בראש מערכת התביעה ושומר עליה מקצועית והפוליטית, וגם מי שמנחה את הממשלה ומגדיר עבורה את גבולות ופרשנות החוק. ובכך היועץ המשפטי לממשלה הוא שומר הסף של שלטון החוק, והוא קו ההגנה הראשון שמוודא שהממשלה מקיימת את עיקרון שלטון החוק, שבבסיסו החובה של כלל הרשויות, וכמובן בראש ובראשונה הממשלה עצמה, לפעול רק במסגרת החוק וגבולותיו. אבל לשני האדנים האלה יש רכיב סודי, אני קורא לו התבלין הסודי, שהוא תרבות פוליטית שהייתה משותפת לכל הנהגת המדינה מאז קומה. של ממלכתיות, של כיבוד חוק, של כיבוד שלטון החוק ושל ציות מלא לבית המשפט. העיקרון הזה מופר בימים אלה במדינת ישראל ברגל גסה. ולכן המאבק שמתחולל היום בישראל הוא לא רק נגד הדחת היועצת המשפטית לממשלה על כל המשתמע מכך, וכנגד ריסוק מוסד היועץ המשפטי לממשלה ועצמאותו, ואנחנו לא רק נאבקים על שימור הליך מקצועי והפוליטי של בחירת שופטים, במאבק ציבורי ומשפטי נגד השינוי בהרכב הוועדה לבחירת שופטים, שהפך את ההליך הזה כשהוא ייכנס לתוקף לפוליטי, אלא שאנחנו נאבקים ממש על העיקרון של שלטון חוק, כנגד כך שהממשלה פשיטה מפרה צווים של בית המשפט. וששרים בה, ובראש ובראשונה, שר משפטים, קוראים באופן תדיר להפר צווים של בית המשפט, ולמעשה שומטים את הקרקע מכחת לעקרון שלטון החוק בישראל. והדבר המדהים הוא שמי שמוביל את התהליך הזה הוא לא אחר משר משפטים בישראל. כאשר יריב לוין מחרים את נשיא העליון כדי להבין את הנקודה, מעבר לנזק שנגרם לכל אחד ואחת מהאזרחים בישראל ועל שירות המשפטי, הוא לא רק מחרים את האיש, הוא מחרים את המוסד ולא רק יותר מכך. הוא לא מכיר בהחלטת בית המשפט. אני מזכיר שנשיא בית המשפט העליון נבחר לאחר שבג"ץ הורה לוועדה לבחירת שופטים להתכנס ולבחור נשיא לבית המשפט העליון. כלומר, כשלוין מחרים ולא מכיר בבחירת הנשיא, הוא לא מכיר בלגיטימיות של החלטת בית המשפט לפסוק במחלוקות. וזה לא חד פעמי, כי בהמשך הוא פוגע במעמד היועץ המשפטי לממשלה, למרות שבג"ץ נתן צו מפורש שמעמדה לא ייפגע. והוא מכנה אותה היועצת המודחת, למרות שבג"ץ קבע שהיא איננה מודחת. והוא הוביל השבוע או שבוע שעבר את הממשלה למעשה להפר את הוראת בג"ץ שהורה לממשלה להשיב לעתירות כנגדה. והממשלה לא הפרה את ההוראה הזאת, פשוט כך. וזאת המציאות מולה אנחנו מתמודדים. ולכן בהקשר של הכנס הזה, מול תהליך עמוק של הפרות פסיקה שיטתית של ממשלה ושל שרים, צריך להיות ברור, אסור לוותר ואסור להתפשר מול התנהגות כזאת, אלא לעמוד איתנים, נחושים ומקצועיים. ורק אם אנחנו נתמיד בעמידה הזו נוכל לעבור לשלב הבא שהוא שיקום המערכות ואמון הציבור, כאמור, כאשר התנאים יאפשרו זאת. יש הרבה מאוד שינויים ופשרות שצריך ורצוי לעשות עם עמדות ציבוריות שונות, בוודאי בעיצוב של כללים חוקתיים. לא צריך להיות על זה מחלוקת. אבל בשום אופן אסור ולא להתפשר על יסודות של דמוקרטיה, על עצמאות המערכות ועל העיקרון העל של שלטון החוק ועליונות המשפט, כפי שניסח אותה מנחם בגין, זיכרונו לברכה, ובאופן הכי בסיסי ופשוט על ציות מוחלט לפסקי דין ולצווים שיפוטיים. ומול מפירי חוק, ומול מפירי צווים שיפוטיים של בית המשפט, ומי שמבקש לשנות מן היסוד את הגרעין הדמוקרטי של ישראל, לא יהיו פשרות, גם ובמיוחד אם אלה שרים בממשלה או מנהיגים פוליטיים נבחרים. עד כאן מה שכתבתי, אבל כשהגעתי הנה, שמעתי את הדברים המצמררים והבלתי מתקבלים על הדעת של שר עבריין פורע חוק שמופקד על הביטחון הלאומי בן גביר, בתמיכה ובגיבוי של ראש ממשלה, שניצלו את הפיגוע המחריד להמשך ההסתה נגד שופטים בבית המשפט בישראל. וההסתה הזאת שעליה מופקדים ראש הממשלה וחבר הפורע חוק שמתחתיו, היא סכנה קיומית למדינת ישראל לא פחות מחיות האדם שלוקחים נשק ורוצחים חיים. וראש הממשלה, אני מציע לך דבר אחד, מעבר לזה שצריך להתמקד במשפטך הפלילי ולא להשיג נגד שופטים, תפסיק להסית ותתחיל לשמור על הביטחון. האחריות היא רק שלך. מהשר העבריין שמינית לביטחון לאומי אני לא מצפה לדבר וחצי דבר. הוא גם מוכיח שאין לו שום יכולת ביצוע. תפקידך ורק תפקידך לשמור על הביטחון ולא להסית נגד מערכת המשפט. נורא פשוט. וכמובן להחזיר את כל החטופות והחטופים ולעשות זאת גם עם השלטון הפוליטי שלך בסכנה. זאת אחריות שלך אישית לכלל האזרחים ולכלל החיילים בעזה ולכלל משפחות החטופים. ולשכת עורכי הדין תמשיך להיאבק להחזרת החטופות והחטופים ולקרוא ולדרוש, כי אין מאבק ציבורי צודק מכך. And now back to English. I once again want to welcome our viewers and participants in the conference. We have a fruitful, rich and interesting conference ahead of us. In preserving democracy, perseverance, I think, is the most important component. And this conference is a part of necessary actions that had been taken and will be taken, both locally and globally. I wish you all fruitful conversation, good luck, and a very good and safe day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amit. I would like to invite Mr. Dan Sobowicz, co-founder of Democratic Organization and former advisor to the Vice President of the European Commission.
Honorable judges, professors, members of the Bar Association, and civil society, the Democratic Civic Action Network is honored to co-organize this conference with the Israeli Bar Association. Democratic was founded on the premise that democratic civic action must cross borders in order to be effective. We saw how democratic backsliding, as Amit just said, is spreading between countries. The populist leaders learn from each other and enjoy each other's public support. We saw it in the close ties between the governments of Israel, Hungary, and the previous Polish government. We see it each time Donald Trump is winning the White House, energizing anti-democratic movements around the world. And yet, pro-democracy NGOs were too often confined to national debates and local languages. We created Democratic in order to provide civic activists a platform to meet, to learn, and support each other publicly. Among our founders were like-minded organizations like Israel's Mitvim Institute with Maya Sion, who's here with us, Poland's Free Courts, Berlin-based Alliance for Europe, and others. And as soon as we announced the new platform in 2023, quickly we were approached by many other civil society organizations who saw the added value of joining such a network. Our history with the Israeli civil society is particularly profound and complex from our offset. The reason is that only 4 days before our launch event in the European Parliament in Brussels, we woke up, like today, but back then, to the horrors of October 7th. Yet our event also happened just 4 days before the very dramatic elections in Poland. Two events that completely changed the history in those respective countries. And that's why we kept our launch event. It became a painful and delicate, yet a hopeful moment. Israeli democracy activists, new members of our network, were no longer able to come and join us in person in Brussels, but it was crucial for them to connect and speak remotely at our event. They wanted to encourage their Polish peers in their decisive elections. This was an act of solidarity and recognition that the Polish outcome in those elections would affect all of us. The Polish liberal camp indeed won the 2023 elections after 8 years of considerable democratic regression, during which a third of Polish judges were replaced. Their victory in Poland sent a strong tailwind to democracy activists across Europe. Polish civil society proved that democratic backsliding was reversible, that a change of course is still possible. That is why we chose to hold our second Democrisis gathering of pro-democracy activists last year in Poland. This time we were hosted by the new Polish government in Warsaw, who welcomed our network with the Minister of Justice. Of course, we worked in close cooperation with the Polish civil society, organizations like Open Courts and Akcja Demokracja. This time, a delegation of Israeli civil society did join us in person in Warsaw, alongside with activists from other countries like Hungary, Slovakia, Italy, and other countries who are confronting similar democratic erosion. They came not only to congratulate the Polish peers, but also to analyze and learn from their success and remaining challenges. Speaking across borders wasn't always natural or easy for our members, but it quickly proved powerful. Mutual support made our members stronger. We encourage European democracy activists to publicly support the gigantic pro-democracy rallies here in Israel, and we did the same thing for other grassroots across Europe. And to be honest, holding our third conference here in Israel sparked an internal debate. Speaking about the quality of Israeli democracy in the context of the current war may seem detached for some of our European partners. And the security situation made it also difficult for many of them to come and be here in person as we would have wanted them to. And yet, precisely because of this dire situation, we knew that this was the right decision to be here today. Because especially at a time of war, judicial institutions must be protected and remain independent. Checks and balances in Israeli democracy is therefore not only the privilege of Israeli citizens, we see it also as an interest for regional stability. And this is why bringing the third Democrisis conference here to Israel was so fitting, and with that I'd like to warmly thank the Israeli Bar Association and the incredible advocate Vered Zeitman for your relentless work and partnership in making this conference happen. We were delighted also on our part to make the connection to the European network and some of our members who will speak here today or are watching us online. I'd also like to thank the honorable judges from Europe and Israel for accepting our invitation to share your experiences, and of course Tel Aviv University for hosting us. And finally, I'd like to thank activists who are here or watching us online. We at Democrisis can offer you a platform for cooperation, but you are the ones who are going to bring your experience and knowledge to entertain and occupy this platform. Your devotion and resourcefulness inspires us. Before I conclude, I just want to leave you with one thought about Israel's potential role in the global democratic movement. Israel, I don't need to tell this audience, has always been an incubator for innovative ideas, from medicine and technology, like the distribution of the COVID vaccines that was widely seen and spread around the world, to building democratic institutions in the 20th century, as Amit was saying, against all odds. This innovative spirit inspired many Europeans in the previous century to come here, to volunteer in the kibbutz, to learn from this unique model. But today, Israel also serves as an incubator, and it is as a case study to how democratic institutions could also collapse. A failure to defend Israeli democracy would therefore have a far-reaching effect in countries in other parts of the world. It would have an impact on the appetite of their leaders to follow the same path that we're seeing here. This is why we encourage the Israeli democratic camp to persevere in your relentless struggle. Make use of our network, of the Democrisis network, of knowledge and inspiration and support. And once you've succeeded in reinforcing Israel's democratic institutions, once you've succeeded in ensuring judicial independence here, please remember your sister organizations and movements in other parts of the world. Activists in Hungary, in Poland, in Slovakia, in Turkey, in the US, and other parts of the world will look to you for hope and inspiration, just as we turn to Poland in 2023. They will want to learn from your passion and creativity and enthusiasm. I'll add that the bond of the liberal camps in Israel and the Western world has never been more fragile. It has been challenged and tested in light of October 7th and the ongoing war. But I'm convinced that it's our common interest to invest in this bond between liberal democratic camps in Israel and other parts of the world, even and especially in the current geopolitical context. As cliché as it may sound, we're in this together, in a cross-border struggle to defend democracy. As Verd was saying earlier, history will tell whether democracy was nothing but a short-lived experiment enjoyed by a few dozen countries for about 1 century of human history, or would it last for future generations? And I'm convinced that the answer depends to some extent by many of the people in this room or watching us online. This is what is at stake. This is why Democratic is committed to continue connecting and supporting pro-democracy organizations across Europe and its wider region, like here in Israel. I wish us all a very fruitful exchange today, but also into the future to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. I would like to invite Professor Issachar Issi Tzvi Rosen, professor at the Faculty of Law and the director of the Edmond J. Safra Center for Ethics at Tel Aviv University. Please.
Well, Vered named everybody here, so I don't have to repeat that. So, good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends. It is a privilege to welcome you on behalf of the Faculty of Law. Dean Blanc wanted to be here, but he's traveling, so I'm here on his behalf as well. And Edmond and Lili Safra Center for Ethics at Tel Aviv University. Our center has devoted much of its recent work to the challenges facing democracy, and today's gathering could not be more urgent. We meet at a moment when the decline of democratic institutions is no longer a distant concern or a mere possibility. It is a lived reality, sometimes gradual, sometimes very swift, through the erosion of checks and balances, the weakening of judicial independence, and the shrinking of civic space. What unites us here is a shared commitment to ask, what can us, as jurists, judges, lawyers, and legal academics, do to resist these forces, and what role can the organized bar play in protecting democracy when it is most vulnerable? These are not easy questions, especially in professional cultures where judges and lawyers are accustomed to being neutral and distancing themselves from matters deemed political. The importance of this question is underscored by the diversity of today's participants. We are honored to welcome former justices from the Israeli Supreme Court, whose decisions have shaped the fabric of our constitutional order, leading lawyers from Israel's top firms who operate at the crossroad of law, business, and public responsibility, legal academics who not only theorize but also engage in activism through the Israeli Law Professors Forum for Democracy, which we'll hear about later today, and judges from Hungary and Poland who bring with them the hard lessons of democratic backsliding and who have waged an impressive struggle, sometimes at great personal cost, to safeguard democracy. In each of our countries, the independence of courts and the professional integrity of the legal profession are being tested. When constitutions are amended for partisan advantages, when judges are portrayed as political enemies, as happened today, as Amit mentioned earlier, and when lawyers are pressured to remain silent, the very infrastructure of democracy is at risk. Yet history shows us that legal actors are not powerless. Jurists can stand as guardians of the rule of law, as voices of conscience, and institutional counterweights to executive and legislative overreach. The organized bar in particular has a unique capacity to mobilize, to articulate standards of professional ethics, and to give collective expression to the defense of democratic values. In this regard, I wish to commend the head of the bar, the president of the bar, Advocate Amit Becher, for his relentless and courageous efforts to fulfill this mission. Our task in this conference is both analytical and practical. We must deepen our understanding of how democratic erosion occurs, but also exchange strategies for resistance, how court can interpret with integrity, how lawyers can stand firm against pressures, how professional associations can rally in defense of independence and accountability. Let us use this space not only to diagnose the crisis, but to imagine a path forward, a path that keeps alive the promise of democracy and the rule of law. And before I close, let me add one final note. While we gather here to discuss democracy, it's impossible to ignore the grim realities around us. The ongoing war in Gaza, which causes unbearable suffering for Palestinian civilians and leaves deep scars on Israeli society. Nor can we forget the hostages still held in Gaza, whose captivity is both a daily moral strain and source of anguish for countless people and, of course, their families. These realities remind us that the struggle for democracy and the rule of law cannot be confined within Israel's border. We will never achieve a genuine democracy so long as the occupation endures, and we had a reminder for that today. Finally, a few words of thanks. I wish to thank our colleagues at the bar, especially Vered and Democratis, who shouldered a lot of the burden of making this conference possible, and to my colleagues, Noah Cohen and Sharot Vered Shakert from the Safra Center, whose hard work ensures that it came together. Thank you, and I wish we all a meaningful and inspiring discussion.
Thank you very much, Professor Rosen-Tzvi. Finally, I would like to thank those who made this conference possible. Ed Vamit Becher, President of the Israel Bar Association, for embracing the initiative from the very beginning. Ed Vdami Firon-Smirdinsky, Managing Partner at Firon Law Firm. Ed Vdoni Toledano, Managing Partner at Ardines Ben Toledano Law Firm. Ed Moran Yamini, Partner at Herzog Fuchs Neiman. The organization Democracies for the wonderful partnership, and the Edmond J. Safra Center for Ethics at Tel Aviv University for generously hosting the conference. Thank you very much. I would like to start the first panel, and I would like to invite Dr. Ed Moran Yamini, Professor Avichai Mendelblit, please, and Honorable Judge Monika. That's it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for joining us at this important and timely conference. Tolstoy once wrote, "All happy families are alike, each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way." Our opening panel takes this insight as a lens to explore democratic backsliding, looking at the stories of Israel and Poland, highlighting both their similarities and their differences, and setting the stage for the broader normative questions that will be discussed later in the day. We are privileged to be joined by two distinguished speakers, Professor Avichai Mendelblit, Dean of the Law School at the College of Law and Business and former Attorney General of the State of Israel, among his many other roles, who will share his insights on the Israeli case, and the Honorable Judge Monika Frąckowiak, President of the Poznan District Court in Poland and Vice President of MEDEL, the European Judges for Democracy and Liberty Association, who will provide her valuable perspective on the Polish case. Each speaker will have around 20 minutes, after which we will hopefully have time for a brief follow-up discussion. So without further delay, Professor Mendelblit, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we mentioned earlier, distinguished guests, friends, all the titles were mentioned. Okay. All the titles were mentioned, so I'll skip it. I don't have too much time. And I will try to make something that relates maybe to what Amit related earlier. He's a very good pupil, by the way. And I would like to refer to the forest and not to the trees, because there are lots of trees, but there is a forest. And I would like to relate to the forest, otherwise I wouldn't succeed in 20 minutes to go through all of the trees. I cannot also not relate to the victims, of the terrible murder that happened today in Jerusalem, to our hostages, to our soldiers that are fighting in Gaza, and may God bless them all, and hopefully we'll have better times. So, going to the forest, I would like to start with a story, a very short story. I'm not going to all the details of the story. Some of you have heard it, but our foreign friends didn't, I think. but it tells the whole story. There is 2018, I'm the Attorney General, 7 years ago, and this is actually I would say the constitutive event of my term as Attorney General, not what you think, but this is the one. And there is a bill. Actually, there were two bills, but never mind. One of them concerns the duty or the appointment of the public legal advisors to the government offices, and the bill says, you know, public lawyer is one who wants to follow what the minister, what the government wants. They have the policy, he's not elected, so he wants to fulfill the policy until he finds what they call red line that you should not pass. That is why he's a gatekeeper. So he has two roles. 90% of his time, 95, 98% of his time is fulfilling the government's policy. But 2%, today it's even more, maybe 5% of his time, he has to be the gatekeeper. But this doesn't go well in one of the members of the Knesset's eyes, and his proposal is that the nomination of the public legal advisor of every government office will be made by the minister. So it will be the only one that this legal advisor owns his trust is to the minister and not to the public. And this is the whole story. So when we go there, it goes to the Knesset, and I have to tell that I didn't like to go to the Knesset, to our parliament. I avoided going there. Lots of noise and lots of things that I didn't like there. But at that time, all of the former Attorney General, including Aaron Barak, at that time I think it was about more than 80. Yitzhak Zamir, it was close to 90. Eliakim Rubinstein, more than 70, 75. And Meir Shamgar was also there. He was not in the Knesset, but he was there in the environment. All of them were there, giving the fight of their lives. They came to every session, every meeting, for hours and hours, arguing, being insulted by the members of the Knesset, and they gave the fight of their lives. I didn't understand, so I had to go there also, because I couldn't live there. For tens of hours and lots of meetings, they were there fighting for this issue. They did not agree that the public legal advisor for any government office will not be, we lose his independence, we lose his trustee to the public, not to the minister. And he not agreed to let it go. At the end of the day, this was not made. And at that time, I didn't understand what was this fight all about. Today, I understand. This is the whole story. All of the story is, who do you have your trustee? To who do you have to report? Are you a trustee of the public, of human rights, of the rule of law? Or are you a trustee of the minister? Do you report to the minister? And this is the whole story. Now, if I go, most of you know this, all of you know this. This is I would call it the operative part of the Declaration of Independence of Israel, what you like to call the Jewish and democratic state, what I call a liberal Jewish nation state. And this is something that everybody agreed about it. I think Amit related to it earlier. There was no, everybody agreed, the left side, the right side, there was no political argument about this. And when Israel was established, as some of our friends, and I take here the Canadian Jewish statement that was made after what they call the legal reform, what we call a regime revolution, and they said, look, Israel was built in a very weak way. Its democracy should be very weak, because you don't have any line of defense like every Western democracy always have. Not all of them have all the 6 lines of defense, but most of democracies have most of those lines of defense, and I put 6 of them there. I didn't put it, by the way. It's our Canadian jurists, friends. About 70 of them put it at that time. And they said there is a formalized constitution that the regular legislative process cannot change, a comprehensive Bill of Rights that protects the dignity, liberty, and equality for all, the possibility to go to the Court of Human Rights, like the European Court for Human Rights in Strasbourg, an electoral process based on geographic constituencies. For example, in Israel, you know, Tel Aviv is not like Jerusalem, for example. 2 rounds of representatives, that the higher one protects the basic of liberal democracy, and a federal structure that divides power between local and national levels of government. Now, what our Canadian friends tells us at that time is, look, Israel doesn't have any one of them, not even one. How come that we become such a strong democracy, and we are a strong democracy even today, certainly the time that Israel was established, and we kept it for decades and decades. So the only 2 lines of defense to ensure the separation of powers in Israel, this is what democracy is all about, separation of powers, is those 2 institutions. The first one is this institution of the Attorney General, which includes also those legal advisors that related earlier to them, and in the ministries, the state attorney, in the town halls. You know, a mayor wants to have his own lawyer, so he'll do whatever he wants. But the responsibility of the legal advisor to a certain town, to Tel Aviv or to wherever, is to the public, to the citizens of Tel Aviv, not to the mayor. And if this line of defense collapses, then we have the second line of defense, which is the Supreme Court. And Israel was built this way. So I use the words of Menachem Begin, 1952. These are very famous words, and you can read them. So he's talking about the basic rights, human rights, basic human rights that precede the state. And in his point of view, there are 3 elements that are important. The first one is the freedom, the individual freedom. That is why his party was called Hiשירות, freedom. This will make an immense society, a good society, a healthy society, which every person is free. And this can all be achieved by the supremacy of the law. It doesn't say equality of the law, okay? It has the supremacy of the law. And why is that, especially in Israel? Because he says that every government, at the end of the day, will rule the parliament. The parliament cannot supervise the government, especially not in a place like Israel, which is fundamental democracy should be very weak. That is why he wants as the one who is a leader, he wants that the rule of law, that the Supreme Court, that the Attorney General, you saw it in a minute, will be the one who will have the idea of the supremacy of law. And this is the only way that the freedom of every citizen can be kept. And you might say, people tell me, look, he said this in 1952. He was in the opposition at that time. But what will he say if he will be prime minister? So I go to 1979, when he is the prime minister of the state of Israel. And this is what he said about the Attorney General. Gali Barav-Miara, she's in this position. And he says that the Attorney General in the state of Israel has a special status. I don't believe that this position is anchored in the law. It is correct. There is no legal Attorney General law. But it is anchored in the practice that has existed since the establishment of the state. And the practice has the force of the law. Because of that position, the government does not interfere in the consideration of the Attorney General, neither a government office, nor the government as such, exactly like the situation today. And he continues saying, the Attorney General has reached certain conclusions. The government will not cancel them. It does not have the authority to do so, and is not allowed to interfere in his consideration. Is there a law saying it? No, it doesn't need a law, because this is the way Israel was built. The government adopts the principle of the supremacy of the law over every authority of the state's executive authorities, including the government itself. Where is it written? Nowhere. This is our tradition. This is the way we were built. This is the prime minister at that time. And he says, I want to be under the supremacy of the law. This was his point of view. And it's not only Menachem Begin. Everyone was in the same position. And this is the last one. You can see that in his point of view, there is no problem. And it's good that the Supreme Court can abolish a law made by the parliament or a decision made by the government. So I want to relate. I told you I'm not going to go to the trees because there are more than 140 different bills. I think there are more now today. At that time it was 140, but nobody is counting today. By the way, there is someone who is counting, but never mind. But we cannot count everything that happens. But I went to two crucial ideas that shows what they call the forest. And the forest is that the legal advisor and the Supreme Court will be, at the end of the day, will be independent, will be impartial, and that every person, everyone, no matter where it comes from, will know that he will have a fair and just place to go and seek for defense. So the first one, and this is something that also was disputed for decades, but this is something that was never changed within more than 30 years now, 32 years. This is the first decision, very famous in Israel, the Pinchasi and the Dairy rulings. And the position is, I don't have too much time, so I'm going to skip. So the position was that, that whenever, I'll go to here, that the Attorney General's opinion determines and legally binds the governing authority. Therefore, if the Attorney General believes that the act of the governing authority is inconsistent with the law, he should inform the court that he agrees to a judgment being issued against the governing authority. So this is a very basic principle. Everyone in Israel knows it. There is a huge dispute about this principle, but I think it was, I've seen dozens of decisions of all sorts of judges, and over 30 years, not even one of them has changed this principle. And there is a huge dispute about it. They really try to change it. Why do they want to change it? Because they say that the government will decide. No matter, the Attorney General only gives legal advice, but the government will decide. But actually, it's not so important. Because if you will change the Attorney General, and you take someone who is loyal to you as a politician, then it doesn't matter. Then you do anyway whatever he wants. As a matter of fact, if you change only about 10 people in Israel, I think, the Attorney General, she's also in charge of the prosecution, the head of the police, several judges, not all of them, then it's done. All of them are loyal to the politicians. They are not independent. They are not impartial. They will do whatever the politician will tell them, and democracy is done. It's doomed. It's over. So I brought to the last one. I think it's the last one. Maybe there is even even more, even more. But it's very famous also. I'm going to skip. There are several decisions here, but we don't have time. How much time do we have? 5 minutes. Okay. So I'll skip this and I go to the last one. And the last one is very famous in Israel. It concerns the issue of the equality and the burden of consecration. And at that time, the Supreme Court unanimously in an expanded panel of 9 judges. And that's what Justice Fogelman ruled at that time. Let's return to the first principles. The legal advisor to the government is the authorized interpreter of the law towards the executive branch. As long as the court has not ruled otherwise, their interpretation of the law reflects the legal situation and the existing and prevailing. And this interpretation is binding on the executive branch. This position is molded by decades of ruling by this court. Until a different decision is taken by the court, the interpretation of the legal advisor to the government is what reflects the law from the perspective of the authority. So it's solid, it's very clear, and they want to change it. And they might succeed to change it, if they have the chance. What is the law saying in this? There is no law. This is the tradition, but this is the law because it's a Supreme Court decision. But if you change the judges, and if you bring other judges, political judges, that will accept the political point of view, that the legal advisor only gives advice, and the government will decide, even against the legal advisor, even against the attorney general, it's very easy. You should only put about 3 to 4 judges, different judges in the Supreme Court, and it will be changed. And today we lack 4 judges, and counting on in the Supreme Court, 4 out of 15, and it's going on. So you just have to change the judges, and this very solid decision will be changed. If this will be changed, then the first line of defense has collapsed. It is nothing. The Attorney General is irrelevant at all. And the second line of defense, I'm going to be very short about this. It's very simple. The idea is that the government doesn't like the current situation. The current situation is not so good. The current situation, it's not totally impartial, or the judges are impartial, they're okay. But the way they are elected is something that is very complicated, and at a very unique balance between the professional and the political echelons. They go together and they find a solution. So at the time it was decided, I'm not going to go into all the details, but I want to go to this. So Yaakov Shimshon Shapira, at that time, he was in charge of this bill at that time, 1953, and he says the government acted with great political wisdom, not following the path of lust of power, but rather the path of goal of building the state, that the courts would not be dependent on the government, and that the government would not be able to dictate to the court, because only by doing so will the courts gain the trust of the people. That is why they founded a very unique way of choosing the judges. They could decide that the judges will be political. They will be chosen by the government or by the parliament. But they didn't want it. The government didn't want it. The Knesset didn't want it. They wanted to be independent and impartial. That's what he's saying. But look at what Menachem Begin is saying. Menachem Begin criticized him. He said, okay, we agree with you. We are here to ensure the independence of the judges. And to that end, we must also ensure, to the extent possible, the independence of those who appoint them. The proposal expressed by M.K. Shapira, that was seen earlier, contains much of the movement towards this demand. It's okay, it's very good. But I am here to propose an amendment to the composition of the appointments committee from the proposed by M.K. Shapira. And I propose the following proposal. Instead of 3 judges, there should be 4 judges. Only 2 Knesset members instead of 2 lawyers from the Bar Association, and the Minister of Justice. So he proposed to make it even more impartial, more power to the judges, less power to the politicians. That is Menachem Begin's point of view, 1953. This was not accepted, by the way. And still, what's going on from the establishment of the State of Israel went very well. And all the judges, I don't agree. By the way, Menachem Begin didn't agree with every decision of every judge. But whatever happened, everyone trusted the judges. And if you can see today, people are working very hard, especially in the media, especially in the social network, to demolish the belief of people, the trust of people, of the public in the judges. They're working very hard on this. And it's a terrible thing. So what they are trying to do today, and I don't have time, but everybody in Israel knows it, is to put away those who trouble them, which is the Bar Association, to put them away, to put them away on the one hand. On the other hand, they try to shove in more politicians. To say we're honest, we try to balance, so they decide to put politicians from the opposition. So they're going to be judges that are elected by the coalition, political judges of the coalition, political judges of the opposition. Of course, the coalition will have more, of course, so it will be balanced, but every judge will be a politician. And this is something that is terrible. So what they're trying to do is actually break those 2 lines of defense. And what will happen if those 2 lines of defense break? What will happen is this. What will happen is, sorry, this, okay, this is the fortress of justice might fall. And if there is only government and the parliament, the Knesset, is not relevant, and if the judicial branch and the Attorney General will not be relevant anymore because there will be politicians themselves, then there is only one power, the power of the government, and especially the Prime Minister, who is very powerful in the government, and that is why we call it, if this will happen, then this will be no longer a liberal democracy, and this might be the end of this. It contradicts this. It goes against this. And this is the danger. And that is why we must prevail, fight, and win this war about the judicial branch, the Attorney General. And I'm not talking about the free press, because this is something else. This is very important, but we don't have time. Maybe later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mandelblit, for your enlightening presentation. Now, Judge Frąckowiak, we are delighted to invite you to the podium.
Okay, thank you so much for the invitation. I think it's so important to share our experiences on fighting for rule of law, and hearing the previous speech, I can find so many similarities with what we experienced in Poland. I would like to focus in this panel on the introduction, what really happened in Poland, and on the differences in our legal systems. Although, as I said, it's so similar, and it's like, you know, hearing about situation in Poland, because afterwards it's about taking control over independent institutions and making them loyal to politicians. In 2015, in Poland, we had the feeling that we have very stable democracy, that we have stable institutions, and we took it for granted. Actually, we all thought that we made the success after '89, and we established many lines of defense, referring to your speech, because we had Constitutional Court, which was very strong institution in Poland, National Judicial Council, very strong Supreme Court, quite strong prosecutor's office. Unfortunately, it always used to be somehow dependent to Minister of Justice, but anyway, it was on the quite good standard. And in 2015, two things happened. We had in the same year we had presidential elections in May, and then parliamentary elections. And I remember that it was quite shocking, but in May, the new president of Polish Republic became Mr. Andrzej Duda, who was from the right wing. And then few months later, to the surprise of many people, the right wing gained majority in the parliament. And I remember that the whole time was like blitzkrieg. We were absolutely not prepared for this, but within really days, literally days, because the majority in Polish parliament was taken by this one governing party, and it was both in the lower and in the higher chamber of Polish parliament, and they had Polish president. So the legislature path was very, very fast. what they started with was the Constitutional Court. It's something what, as I know you don't have it, but it's the role of Constitutional Court, like in other countries, was to check, to verify whether particular bills are in line with Constitution. So that was the first target, because having control over Constitutional Court means that you can issue all possible bills through the parliament and having signature of the president. And I remember that it took just a few days to ruin this really incredible institution we had, really strong one. There are 15, according to Constitution, 15 judges in it. And what the new parliament did, they ignored the previous appointments, and they appointed new judges, 5 of them. So, and there it was impossible for the Constitutional Court to operate, and it took them about 1 year, but then it doesn't exist any longer, and it's still, formally speaking, it is there in Poland, but it's a fake institution. Having Constitutional Court, they knew that they could do whatever they wanted, so the public media were taken, and it was also a very important move in the process of this backsliding of democracy in Poland, because having public media, it was so easy to spread propaganda everywhere. And you know, I was born in 74, so I really remember 80s very well, before 89, and it was nothing comparing to the propaganda we had under Law and Justice government. And the propaganda was targeting judges, Constitutional Court judges, but then all judges, and also, of course, NGOs. There was the migration subject, also very present at that time, because that was after this first big wave to Europe of migrants. And I believe it's in all states. You can observe it in Hungary, in Turkey, in Poland, now in Israel. Judges were presented as enemies of the people. Judges were presented as elites who are in their, glass castles, and they were presented as somebody who wants to ruin their normal life. And it's actually, it is always quite easy, unfortunately, to target the judges, because we were not used to speak out, and we were even taught in the schools for judges and prosecutors that we should only, I love this phrase, speak through our verdicts. And that's it. So it was so easy to target judges. After public media were taken by politicians, then the prosecution office was taken, and they merged prosecution office together with Minister of Justice. So there was one guy, Mr. Zbigniew Ziobro, who had the full control over all the judiciary and prosecutions. Then there was the time for ordinary courts and the Supreme Courts. And finally, they managed to change the law, and the crucial one was about the Judicial Council. And it's again something what we've already heard here. The way how judges are appointed, it's so crucial for keeping independence of judiciary. It's obvious. In Polish system and in Polish constitution, we have the Judicial Council, in which there are 25 members. 15 of them are judges who should be elected by their peers. But what Law and Justice did, they changed the law, and these judges were elected by politicians, by the majority of parliament, meaning the Law and Justice. And it ruined everything, and this is the huge problem we still are facing, because the new Judicial Council, which became political body, they packed ordinary courts and mainly the Supreme Court with new judges, and we are still struggling with this problem, and it's really difficult to undo what was done, and especially that it's my final phrase of my speech. We don't have the president who would sign the new law, aiming at bringing back the rule of law in Poland. I would like to now go back to 2017. It was the defining moment for many of us, for judges, for lawyers in general. There were, to our surprise, big protests in Poland fighting for rule of law, and these protests were against changes in the law regarding judiciary. And it was during the summer, I remember it very well, it was July 2017. And it was really shocking for us, for lawyers, for judges, that people want to go on the streets fighting for independent courts. And that was also the time when free courts, the Wolne Sądy was established, and other initiatives, and Akcja Demokracja, who became very strong NGO then. And that was the moment when we started as judges cooperate with other NGOs, and we realized finally that we have to speak out. And this is something what I will refer more in the other panel, but I think it's so important to underline this also here in Israel. We cannot be silent, and we have to speak out. And it's our obligation as for lawyers, for judges as well, to talk about human rights, to talk about rule of law, and we have to find the dialogue with society. We have no other option. So we have to try to show that this is the false picture of judges, because we are normal people like everybody else, and the rule of law and independent judges, independent judiciary is for society, for all the people, and that's our goal. That's of the association, which I also represent. It's Justitia, and here is the logo of this association. We decided to be very, very active. We decided to somehow find ourselves in the very difficult situation, and this is the advantage of having constitution. Although the Constitutional Court doesn't exist any longer, we decided as judges in general to apply Constitution directly. And there is always this, this meta law which we can refer to. We use all possible European instruments, and this is also the advantage of being a member of European Union and the Council of Europe. So we can go to European Court of Human Rights and use the instruments of preliminary rulings in front of the tribunal in Luxembourg. How much time do I have? Like it's
about 9 minutes.
Okay. Okay. And so it's going to the situation we face now. What we are facing at the moment is having the judiciary with 1/3 of so-called neo-judges, so judges who were appointed by this judicial council, which is not properly established. And the problem is that it's very difficult to undo this because, as I said earlier, we have the president of the republic who won elections in June this year, and he's not willing to help government in restoring rule of law in Poland, unfortunately. We will see what's going to happen next. As far as I know, there are some talks, but it's very difficult. And unfortunately, what I can observe is that there's this tendency to be more and more radical on the right wing. And a lot of society is unfortunately supporting this idea, but we'll see. Anyway, we are obliged as the state to restore the rule of law because, as I said, it's the advantage that we are a member of European Union and the Council of Europe, and there are already many judgments issued by European tribunals obliging Poland to change the system of the appointments of judges. There was the very famous case, Wałęsa against Poland. And in this verdict delivered by European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, it is said directly, you have to change it because otherwise you will have to pay compensations for the violations of European law. And that's what we face now. There are hundreds of cases already in the court in Strasbourg, Polish cases, which are waiting for finalizing it. And probably, for sure, not probably, without changing the law, Polish states will have to pay millions of euros because of these compensations. And we are stuck. So I would like to share with you something very optimistic and positive message, but it's very difficult what we face at the moment. On the other hand, we are trying to do our best as lawyers, judges, academics, activists. We are continuing to have meetings with society, with people, being very active in media and social media, trying to reach young people through education and through many actions also, which is quite unusual for judges maybe. For example, during the rock festivals, and we are, I must say, very popular there. So this is the optimistic message, but in fact it is very, very difficult. I think maybe I will finalize now because maybe I don't know whether there are some questions and sure. Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much for now.
Okay, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. I have one question for both of you, and later I will open the floor for questions from the audience. It follows on both of your presentations. Professor Mandelblit, you mentioned that 6 lines of defense designed to safeguard the separation of powers, and Judge Frąckowiak, you also mentioned this as a concept. Yet, when we look at the United States, for example, we see a country experiencing democratic backslide that has all these lines of defense. Probably considered the country with the most developed and sophisticated system for ensuring checks and balances. So the question is, I think for both of you, is there something that went unnoticed when we look at a system such as that of the US that makes it weaker than we thought, or is there anything else such as social norms or or a democratic culture that without which it doesn't really matter whether there are lines, these formal lines of defense to safeguard the checks and balances.
Okay, so I can start. In almost, during all conferences and events I take part, there's always this question. And I think in Poland we even have more these lines of defenses, more guarantees than in states actually. And it happened what happened in Poland as well, because there are always human beings behind these paragraphs, behind constitutions, and if there are savages who want to destroy everything, there are no, paragraphs, no law could prevent it, unfortunately. So for me, and this is the conclusion from many events, the only cure medicine for this is education and information, and because after all it's up to the society to choose the path to choose the system they want to live in, and this is the crucial thing. And when you look at Europe, in the countries where the awareness of the importance of independent judiciary is really high, where people are well informed about their rights and and are very involved in the judicial system, like in Denmark, for example, the support of the society for judiciary is like 95–96%. And also in Netherlands, it is quite high. It doesn't mean that they are totally safe, because we know that the demolition process can be very, very fast. But nevertheless, now when we look at Europe and these countries where this level of awareness is really high, it looks like they are safer than the other countries. And I think that people in Poland were not educated enough in this matter.
So actually I totally agree with you, and I think it's about education, but I'm not optimistic, and I'm going to relate it in a minute. It's true. One of the most, I would say, inspiring moments of my life was seeing the youngsters in Israel. Actually, I thought maybe the elder will be there, okay? Will get out and fight for the democracy, fight for the judiciary. They will understand what Menachem Begin said, the supremacy of law. That's what I thought. But when I saw back in 2022, when it started, all the youngsters that came out, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of them, came down and fight for the democracy. It's about something very, very unique to this nation, which unfortunately I did not see it in other places, such as in your countries at the beginning, maybe especially in Hungary, but later on we'll learn about this. It's something truly about something that is built within the society. So Israel is a very young state, but it had enough time, more than 70 years, 75, 76 years, until it started. When Amit mentioned, the founding moment was the Yariv Levin, when he came there 5 days after the election and gave his speech. So this was a founding moment. And then they came out because of the nature of the people, because that's what they were raised on. This is the first issue. But there is a second issue, which I think is not optimistic, because it's very easy to break it. And when I see that, people are taking notes and looking at the trust of the public in the Supreme Court. So usually it used to be, you talked about Denmark 90%, so it used to be about 80%, something like this, 75%, maybe you know better. I think you know, something like this. But today, I think it's less than 50%. It's 40, 45%. So what has happened? The judges tend to be so terrible. They're the same judges. Somebody who is working on this very, very hard. And when you take other institutions that in Israel were, you know, the military, okay? And to them, there's lots of criticism about it. They should be critical, okay? Nobody is above criticism, even the judges, even the military, it's okay. But people trusted it's in a different place because someone is working in this. And the things are changing so rapidly is what you've mentioned earlier. I know we learn the same way. Judges speak through the decisions, not other. I agree, but you're not relevant because there is social media. The network is working with what we call the poison machine, and it works and works and works all the time. And only the extreme are there. The moderate are not there, but everybody is in there and is reading and reading. And if you tell him 1,000 times that this judge is what we call a left and yes, a Smolan, I don't know, whatever, then people tend to believe is that. Although I think, I don't know the political decision, but the political point of view of the judges today, but I think most of them are definitely not in this side of the map. But it doesn't matter because they keep hearing all the time, and it works, and it works, it works, and it works. So even in such a society, then I think at the end of the day, it will be at least divided society. And this is our major problem today, because we have today at least two nations. It is divided. And this is a huge problem, even in the most educated to democratic value, like I think that Israel public is. Shalom Yoram.
Okay, so I'm told that we don't have time for more questions, unfortunately. I want to thank our distinguished panelists again. And coffee break? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So we'll take a break until 4:15. Thank you.
אחר צהריים לא מאוד טובים, בכל זאת. תנחומיי למשפחות שספגו בשורות קשות הבוקר, פיגועים, הרוגים גם בעזה, ואיחולי החלמה כמובן לכל פצוע ובריאות שלמה. I will transfer right now to English. My name is Hadar Israeli. I'm a senior partner with Barnea Jaffa-Lande. I am a partner with the litigation group leading the white-collar and regulatory enforcement practices. A graduate of this esteemed and beloved institute for my first JD degree, and then graduated my master's from Columbia University. Joined Paul Weiss, a firm that suffered significant influences these recent years from similar incidents and revolutionary attempts in the government in the United States. We'll touch upon it a bit later on. And a very worried citizen, but very proud to be heading this panel today. And thank you for the Israeli Bar for inviting me. I want to introduce the panelists. Some of them have spoken today, but I have a bit more about their background, and I think it's interesting to share. So first, even though needless hardly to present, retired former Supreme Court Justice Ayala Pokacha. Justice Frąckowiak served in the Israeli Supreme Court after a distinguished judicial career in the district and magistrate courts of Israel. She holds a doctorate degree in law from the University of Pennsylvania, and she held various senior positions at Israel's Ministry of Justice. She has broad expertise in public, administrative, and commercial law, and she has, in the recent years, been very active in the struggle to defend democracy and oppose attempts at judicial overhaul. Next to her, also probably needless to introduce, but I will, Professor retired Justice Yoram Danziger, former Supreme Court Justice as well, Israeli Supreme Court. Previously had a distinguished career as a leading commercial lawyer with expertise in civil, commercial, and corporate law. He holds a doctorate degree from the London School of Economics, and in recent years he has been active in public and academic spheres, serving as a member here at the Tel Aviv Faculty of Law and as the chairman of public committees. He also is very active, like Justice Frąckowiak, in the struggle to defend democracy and oppose attempts of judicial overhaul. Near Justice Frąckowiak is Honorable Justice Monika Frąckowiak.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you. She's the president of the district court in Poznan, Poland. She's on the bench adjudicating since 2004, representing Instytucja, Polish Judges Association, and that group represents before the European institutions. She is the vice president of MEDO, Magistrates Européens pour la démocratie et la liberté. And she is the president of the district court, as I said, in Poland right now in the Poznan district, sitting on the bench and yet here, very opined and with a strong voice. Thank you for coming. Right to my left, I have Honorable Judge Tamás Matusik. He's a senior judge at the Central District Court of Buda, Hungary. Tamás has been a judge for 15 years, based in Budapest, Hungary, where he is the head of the Investigative Judges Department. Between 2018 and 2024, he was a member of the National Judicial Council and serves as its first elected president for the last 8 months. Right near Tamás, Honorable Judge Tamás Matusik, is our very well-known, needless probably almost to represent, but still, Attorney Tony Toledano. He is the chairman and the board of the board at Erdinest Ben Natan Toledano, a leading Israeli law firm. Doni was the legal clerk to Justice Meir Shamgar, the former president of the Supreme Court, and he also worked with Michael Cheshin, previously a Supreme Court justice, and Chaim Tzadok, former Minister of Justice. He specializes in corporate law and has been active in the last 3 years in the objection and protest against the government's attempt of judicial overhaul, and I'm very happy that that's how I got to know Doni very close personally, these last few years. At the far end of the table is Professor Ronit Levin, here from this Faculty of Law in Tel Aviv. And she's also the co-founder of many democratic enhancing initiatives in recent years, among which are the Israeli Law Professors Forum for Democracy and the Tel Aviv Center for the Applied Studies of Risks to Democracy. She works and researches on issues concerning property, institutions, and regime changes. Although it's not really required to give a long explanation and background to why we convened here today, I still think that it's important to put some focus on what we have been seeing in these last 3 years in Israel. And it concerns the great concern that Dan Subovich sounded out when he started and opened the conference. Israel has been a beacon of hope, a beacon of democracy, the only democracy in the Middle East. And when the world is viewing Israel losing its ability to defend the core values it was established upon, it may have a significant influence on other leaders in the world that consider taking down that road. And I think we have a responsibility as jurists in this country to sound our voices against that. So for these last 3 years, as you all know, we have been seeing a series of legislative proposals presented by Netanyahu's government starting in January 2023, when it declared that the aim is to rebalance the powers between the branches of government. Proponents that support the reform argue that the Supreme Court of Israel has accumulated too much power, especially since the constitutional revolution led by Aaron Barak since the 90s, and that there is a need to return power to elected officials. They point out that Israel is the only democracy in the world where the court can strike down laws without a formal constitution, and where judges have a decisive role in selecting their peers. Opponents, on the other hand, to the reform, see it as an attempt to weaken the judiciary and remove checks and balances on government power, especially in the absence of a written constitution and when the Knesset, our parliament, is controlled by the coalition. The main proposals of reform that we have been seeing in these last few years: changing the method of judicial appointment, abolishing the reasonableness doctrine, an override clause known in other countries as a notwithstanding clause, and limiting the standing rights before our High Supreme Court of Justice, Bagatz. So far, the Knesset approved the law abolishing the reasonableness doctrine in July 2023, but the Supreme Court struck down the law in January 2024 in a historic decision by an expanded panel of 15 justices. This was the first time the Israeli Supreme Court invalidated an amendment to a basic law, ruling that it has the authority to do so and that the Knesset exceeded its powers in this case. The other proposals have been frozen, rejected, or are pending right now before the Supreme Court of Justice. Meanwhile, we have been seeing increased political intervention in the tenure of senior officials. Israel's security agency, as we all know, Shabak, Rosh Shabak, Ronen Bar, was dismissed after expressing opposition to political positions, followed by the Prime Minister's declaration that he has lost trust in Bar. In the case of Attorney General Gali Baharav Miara, the government decided to dismiss her due to her professional positions, which at times contradicted the government's. deviating from legal procedure for dismissing an attorney general. The matter is right now pending before the Supreme Court, as you all know. What links Israel, the Israeli case, to those in Poland and in Hungary is a similar pattern of weakening the judiciary as part of a broader plan, a broader process viewed by many as democratic backsliding. To better understand this complexity, I think it's important to begin with identifying the differences and similarities between the cases, as much as we can. It's a very broad issue, of course, but still, I'd like to start with you, Frąckowiak. What are the main characteristics of the constitutional crisis in Poland? What steps were taken by the government, and what was the impact on the judiciary and democratic checks and balances over there?
Yeah, so as I said earlier, the first step taken by the former government was to take control over Constitutional Court, and it was like they were absolutely determined to take control over this institution, because they knew that having Constitutional Court means that they can issue any law they like. And then it was in the long term the Judicial Council, and we were talking about this in the previous panel. This is the institution which is responsible for appointments of judges, and once this process of appointments of judges is politicized, it's very difficult to undo the results of it. And yes, so these are the most important two steps of taking control over legal institutions in Poland, because thanks to Judicial Council, the former government was able to have a huge impact on the whole judiciary in Poland, not only ordinary courts, but also the Supreme Court. And just to also make you understand the situation better, now in the Supreme Court, the majority of judges, they are so-called new judges, so these are judges who are not properly appointed, and it causes lots of, let's say, problems on many levels, even including elections, because it is up to the Supreme Court to decide, to declare whether elections were valid or not. And that was the case we had now in June 2025, after the presidential election, but also before, after parliamentary elections and the previous presidential elections. And it's also about such institutions like public TV and some other, and the institution responsible for elections also as well, because whoever wants to challenge decisions regarding, for example, I don't know, statute of the public TV or things regarding this electoral body, they need to go to the Supreme Court again, and it is politicized already. So it's very difficult to function for the country at the moment, having this judiciary system ruined, actually.
Okay, thank you. And Tamás, I'd like to refer the same question to you with a focus on, do you have a sense of why Israel and Hungary and Poland? Why are there similarities that caused similar situations to occur in these three countries?
Thank you very much. So yes, Hungary, along with Poland, was. Okay, thank you. So Thank you so much. So Hungary, along with Poland, was one of the first countries where the judicial independence has been questioned in a new way, with new methods, which weren't known before. And for this reason, Hungary and also Poland serve as an example for other countries as well, possibly also for Israel currently. So this is why it's important to know the methods from each other, to know or experience what we gained during the recent years, actually Hungary, more than a decade long, to get prepared for them and to respond adequately to these challenges. So we all must also learn from our mistakes, and this is why we are here to tell about them. To give a broader picture about Hungary, so Hungary is a member of the European Union and member of the Council of Europe, and the three branches of power is theoretically separated. However, the ruling party has a significant and constitutional majority since 2010, practically without any interruption. And for this reason...
So you say that this is something very similar to what we're experiencing here with Netanyahu's government.
And for this reason, they have the potential of reshaping the judicial system and all the system of the whole state if they just want. How it began, so I'm a judge, so I can show you the judge's perspective. I'm a judge in office and acting judge. So the judiciary has been in the focus of these amendments since the beginning. When the government adopted a new constitution, it entered in force in 2012. And this amended the judicial administration model completely. It was reshaped completely. They placed the political appointee as the head of the judicial administration with huge and unbalanced powers, and forced a significant number of judges into forced retirement. All the judges who were older than 62 of age, they were immediately sacked, which cut down the head of the judiciary because they were senior judges, court presidents, and so on. So after that, us Hungarian judges had to face various methods of challenging judicial independence. For example, unlawful appointment of judges, unlawful appointment of court presidents, unlawful appointment of judges at the Supreme Court, discrimination of those judges who spoke out against these methods, disciplinary initiatives against these judges, financial insecurity of judges and the judicial staff, and in the latest years, political pressure on the Judicial Council, and which I will show you in more detail, smear campaigns, the public smear campaigns, propaganda campaigns against judges in the media, controlled by the government. I could tell hours about each of these methods, but I won't. But
I would like to focus on something that's interesting to me. Many, for instance, say that Israel's background perhaps maybe with Ashkenazi and Sephardi differences, different groups that feel that some of them are not equally treated. Some think that along these lines, emotions pushed all sorts of wishes for a reform. These are sounds that come out. Some others, like you pointed, sound the sentiment that a government that does not isn't being re-elected, but elections again and again choose the same party. Some think that it's because we don't have a constitution. I've just sounded out three things that are heard around the Israeli public. Is there something that you feel that was a core reason, or just a few core reasons that pushed this movement in Hungary?
Actually, it was explained back then why they are changing the judicial model, which has partially truth as well, that the workload of the courts were really unbalanced. And this was the reason that with a powerful president who is capable of balancing the assets, the staff, and all what is necessary for a timely adjudication of the cases, can solve this problem. Fun fact, she couldn't solve, but initiated many other problems, which I also mentioned.
So I want to move forward and touch a sensitive sentiment and opinion. Some view it as a legitimate reform, some call it a revolution. Tony Toledano, I want to refer a question to you on that edge. Do you think that what we're experiencing is a legitimate reform, or is it a constitutional revolution? And to what end do you think we should or should not do something about it?
Okay, so I think probably everybody in this room at least would agree that this is not a legitimate reform by any stretch of the imagination. It simply isn't. And in general, processes of democratic backsliding are always coupled with a rationale, a disguise that this is really saving democracy, we're bringing out the voice of the people, etc. But this is nonsense. Now, okay. I'm not going to take it personally. But, okay, but you mentioned before the striking down of a basic law. In Israel, we have Chok Yesod. And at the time, I saw our prime minister interviewing in a foreign network, because he never interviews for Israeli networks. And he said that the striking down of a basic law would be tantamount, would be similar to the American Supreme Court striking down an article of the US Constitution or a constitutional amendment. So just to give proportions, I don't know if anybody knows, probably the professors do. Anybody knows when was the last constitutional amendment adopted in the United States?
100 years ago. היו 27,
נכון.
אבל
Very good.
מתי בדיוק זה היה?
So number 27 was adopted.
27
Yeah.
amendments.
Number 27 was adopted in 1992. So that's 33 years, a long time. But even more interestingly, does anybody know when was this constitutional amendment proposed to Congress and was voted on and approved by Congress? I don't think anybody would believe that it happened in the first Congress of the United States in 1789. In other words, it took 203 years to pass one constitutional amendment in the United States, which, as mentioned before, is suffering from its own democratic erosion issues. But still, how can this be compared to a barrage of hundreds of bills being brought to the parliament overnight? Amit also mentioned, 5 days after this government was formed, Yariv Levin already came out with a speech about the reform. And mind you, he didn't speak about the reform, he spoke about stage one of the reform. All the trouble that we're seeing until now is only stage one. We don't even know what stage 2, 3, and 9 are. This is just stage one. So clearly this is not a legitimate reform. The rhetorics around it is usually that the courts prevent the government from implementing their policies. That's really usually the argument. And the way I see it, historically, the Israeli Supreme Court was very careful not to intervene. In my view, many times it should have intervened. It never intervened in any policy implementation of the Israeli government, except if they were completely illegal or contrary to basic concepts of democracy. In these two cases, sometimes, not always, did it intervene. And even then, when it intervened, many times it provided a menu for the government how to solve a problem, do some technicalities, procedural things, and then it's going to be okay with us. So the idea that the Israeli Supreme Court, or courts in general, stop the government from implementing their policies is simply fake news. And therefore, there is no need for a reform.
Do you have an idea of what the motives were, in your opinion?
I think the motives are very clear. When you're talking about a backsliding, a democratic backsliding, you're gradually moving to an authoritarian regime, a regime that one person has absolute power. And frankly, we're not that far from it. The Israeli Prime Minister today has unprecedented powers. Unprecedented powers. There is really no restrictions. The parliament is clearly not a restriction. You see that if a member of parliament takes an independent position, he's removed very quickly, stripped of all titles. See Yuli Edelstein. The courts try to give a certain restriction, but it's not very successful. And at the end of the day, today, Netanyahu makes all of the decisions. Maybe in consultation with the family members, we don't know.
I want to touch on something you said because I know it interests Justice Prokacha, and I do want to ask, do you think there's any influence and relation or connection with the fact that we have a prime minister serving in office with 3 indictments, criminal indictments, in trial? And do you think, in general, that and the judicial overhaul that we are facing and viewing is affecting our international prestige, Israel's prestige around the world?
Well, first I want to express my appreciation and thanks to our colleagues that came a long way to share their experiences, and I think it helps us a great deal to understand ourselves in our very, very complex situation. I'd just like a remark saying that we concentrate on the judiciary situation, but I think the crisis, the Israeli story, is a sui generis story. There is no comparison to any other system in the implications, not only the judiciary. The judiciary problem is only one element. It's a much broader set of elements that characterize this crisis. Of course, we don't have a constitution. We have a very, very fragile democracy which has no really basic checks and balances, statutory checks and balances. The parliament is governed by the government, and we don't have the European and we don't have a federal system that balances the inner forces. And what we see in Israel now is actually a tendency of the government to break down the institutional democracy, first of all, and break down all independent and gatekeepers of the democratic institutions. And secondly, break down our set of values, of human values, which are very much connected to the institutional democracy, because when we don't have strong institutions and independent institutions, the danger of breaking human rights is very, very imminent. Now, this goes down to an existential danger, which we see now even in the war process and the way army functions are being held. And it goes down to very, very basic dangers of life and a change.
When you say army operations are being held, can you add a bit about that?
Well, I'm talking about what is going on in Gaza, of course, which is a basic element of criticism over the world, and rightly so. And we see already a kind of breaking, moral breaking in the army. People are starting to question whether they should enlist, whether they should obey orders. In other words, the whole system, the value system, the institutional system is on a tendency of breaking up. Now, a prime minister with a criminal indictment, I see, in my view, is the source of all of that. Because the same prime minister handled previous governments in a different way altogether. He respected the institutions, he respected human rights. The whole change that was brought about was a result, I think, of the criminal proceedings which changed the whole picture and the whole fabric of Israeli life. Of course, we have the element of what is going on in the areas, in the occupied areas, which are very much affected by the change of approach to human rights. And we have the effect on the world Jewry, which is also an important element, that we see the world Jewry as part of the Jewish people, of the Israeli people. And we see the anti-Semitism and we see the anti-Israeli sentiments going on there. So the whole picture of the crisis is much, much broader than the judiciary crisis.
So
now, as far as
personal political interests are involved, highly involved in influencing under what you're saying. I want to let you conclude, of course, and then I'll ask Professor Frąckowiak.
As far as the international standing of Israel, of course, it all has to do with the nature of the crisis within Israel. Now, the nature of the crisis, again, is twofold. One is the institutional crisis. The other is the human rights crisis, which are very much connected to each other. And both the world community and the United Nations institutions are very much involved in the breach of allegations of breach of international law in Israel. And it's, I must say, beginning to be more and more difficult to defend what is happening in Gaza, especially. We are, I think, and we must realize that the international institutions look into what is going on in the democratic institutions in Israel, and once they see that there is no National Inquiry Commission instituted, the attacks on the Supreme Court are beginning, of course, strengthening, and that the whole value system is breaking up. The possibility of their intervening becomes much more obvious.
Thank you. So, touching exactly upon this and moving forward with Justice Danziger. I want to just ask Justice Danziger also about the characteristics of the Israeli crisis. Is it a reform or a legitimate legal reform or an attempted constitutional revolution? And I also want you to think through the lenses that Justice Frąckowiak provided on certain issues that reflect, in her opinion, show that we are in a very severe situation.
Yeah, first of all, I suggest that all of us stop talking about a legal reform. We are not talking about a legal reform. We are talking about a constitutional revolution. That should be the basics before we continue speaking about anything else. And this is not merely a clash between two branches of government, between the government and the other branches. It's a fight against the judiciary. Let me give you just a few examples. The Minister of Justice is boycotting the Supreme Court's Chief Justice. He's not recognizing his status. He's not talking to him. This is one example. The second example, the Minister of Justice refuses to appoint 3 in a week 4 justices to fill the vacancies at the Supreme Court. If you want more examples, he initiated a change in the method of appointing judges, making the process much more political. And this actually will become a scourge affecting not just the Supreme Court, but the entire judicial system. It's true, it's going to be effective only from the next Knesset, but this shows you a pattern. And just a 4th example, the ministerial, and I think this is the most dangerous issue, the ministerial declarations that the government will not comply with the Supreme Court rulings. This is the first step to anarchy. And this is something, and I will relate later on to it, this is something that we should oppose and fight with all our powers. Now, as I said, the government, I didn't say it, I'll say it now, the government has full control over the Knesset. We are not talking about 3 branches of government, we are talking about 2. Because the leaders of the parties consisting of the coalition actually sit at the government. So it's one branch fighting the only branch that may criticize it, the judiciary. But I fully accept remarks from my colleagues. We're not talking about only the judiciary that is under a threat. There are many laws on the process of being legislated, like for example, restrictions on press freedom, limitation on civil society organization, laws concerning police oversight. Taken together, all those initiatives, the idea is a clear pattern reducing the operational scope of independent institutions, as mentioned earlier, who might criticize the government's actions. This is the whole story.
So you're saying also with what Justice Prokopiev finalized about the committee, an investigative committee of the October 7th, the lack of.
The committee, as in my eyes, it has nothing, not a direct contact to the constitutional revolution. This is just a chutzpah, as we say, of the government feeling strong enough not to establish such a committee, bring forward ridiculous ideas of half political or political committees. This is ridiculous, but this is not the issue concerned with what we called the reform, not the legal reform, but the constitutional revolution.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do with the war. This is my
opinion. Thanks. Professor Ronit Levin, I want to ask you, from your view, from your point of view, is this a political struggle, which we sound a lot of it sounding as a political struggle, or even from Hungary and Poland, the focus was on that as well, not only in Israel, or is it a struggle over really defending democratic values?
So thank you. So we spoke about the reform or the revolution as combined of a few elements regarding the legal system or the judiciary. But it should be emphasized that the ongoing reform is not only about that. The attack on Israel's democracy is an attack on human rights, on equality, on basic freedoms, including the right to life of Israelis, Gazans, and others, and on the question of free and equal elections and transfer of power. Now, there is no doubt that multiple struggles converge here, some with a more political or even personal character than others. But the crucial point needs to be emphasized. The real dispute is precisely about this, whether the political is the same as the personal. A democratic system is, by design, built on institutions, ethos, and a shared narrative, rather than on a single leader or founding figure. The truly great democratic leaders were those who placed their nations within a democratic framework that did not bear their own image. One can think here, for example, on Nelson Mandela in South Africa, Nehru as India's first prime minister under the moral authority of Gandhi, or even of David Ben-Gurion in Israel. In all three cases, we see leaders whose immense influence was directed toward building independent democratic institutions and unifying their nations. The present struggle over Israel's democratic character is exactly about this question. Are we witnessing the emergence of a personal project of nationhood in the image of the current prime minister, or are we witnessing the emergence of a republican country? This is also where the uniquely Israeli concept of mamlachtiyut, which can be translatable to something like national republicanism, becomes vital to explain, because this term has no exact equivalent in other languages. This is the ethos of Israel's stateness, and it is precisely that this is now that hangs in the balance. So the question, whether this is a political struggle or one over democratic values, is well put. My answer is that the struggle is ultimately about whether Israel will remain a democratic country that has a prime minister, or become a country where the prime minister has a country. This was recently echoed in a 6-year-old answer to a question presented to him by the prime minister himself. The prime minister recently on September 1st asked, "Whose land is it?" And the child answered, "Yours?" The prime minister smiled before saying, "Ours."
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, everyone on this panel. I'm sure your voices resonate, and thank you for being so brave. Thank you, everyone on this panel. Thank you for being so brave. I'll continue. Okay, I want to refer now to Frąckowiak again, Judge Frąckowiak. I want to ask you, Poland does have a constitution. You have a constitution, a nice solid one originally, but the government managed to circumvent and weaken it. What mechanisms, in your view, enabled it? Did the constitution help in any way in the struggle you were facing in Poland, or it was meaningless?
No, as I said earlier, although the previous government managed to violate constitution on several times and just ignored actually this act, and funny fact, they were always referring to constitution, saying but they are the real defenders of the constitution. That's I can imagine, but you can also hear this kind of narrative also here in Israel. But finally, having constitution was really helpful and is really helpful in Poland, because once the Constitutional Court was squashed, and as I said, it still exists, but everybody is aware of it. It's fake institution. Even the so-called neo-judges know it, and it doesn't work any longer because it's only for the right-wing politicians to use the Constitutional Court to whenever they want to have the kind of declaration of the legal institution saying but something is right or wrong. But everybody knows that it's fake institution. So it's up to judges now to implement constitution directly. And it's really, it gives us a floor to operate somehow and to keep the order. And finally, we really do appreciate this, having constitution in Poland.
Thank you. And Justice Berkacha, I want to return to you. Do you think the constitution helps?
I think constitution is important in regular days, in routine days, when it expresses the characteristic of the state, the values of the state, the institutional basis, very important in actual routine days. It's very relative of importance in terms of times of crisis. I think it doesn't prevent a constitutional crisis. It may make things a little harder for those who promote the crisis because it may be harder to promote bills that are contrary to the Constitution. But on the whole, it would not prevent indirect destructive activities of government that are contrary to the spirit of the Constitution. So I would sum up by saying that it has a relative importance and not an absolute importance.
I tend to agree, and I definitely, just for instance, and before I refer a question to you on that, we've been, obviously the United States is one of the long-lasting constitutions in the world. And for me personally, it's just a little example of how just a civilian, a simple person feels something, and I've shared it with you when we all prepared for this panel. Coming from Paul Weiss, that's the firm I worked at in New York, and Paul Weiss was literally almost shut down because of an executive order limiting every portion of business that the firm is built on. The firm is built on its governmental relationships, on its ability to get confidential material and represent clients in internal investigations against the DOJ, the SEC, and so on and so forth. When I heard of that, I was here already, but I came back home to my husband and I said, Mickey, I could have been out of a job in a second if we were still in New York, just because the president used its power to issue an executive order that quashes the right to freedom of speech, employment, every basic right, constitutional right we have here in Israel. Thanks. And I felt that a constitution means that it's not a strong enough protection. I felt that if a leader, a politician, is eager enough, it can deprive me in a minute of all my rights.
Still better than no constitution.
Still better than no constitution, right. Because there's something to argue with. You can come and say, hey, you violated that. And that's exactly my point, and I agree. But still, I want to ask you, Judge Tamás, in your opinion, is a constitution a strong enough defense, or whether an eager politician can always override it?
In the case of Hungary, the answer is quite simple, because when it was adopted by the government back in 2011, it entered in force 1 year later. It was the phrase, it was the comment of the government that we need a new constitution which is solid as a granite. So granite, Szilárd, stone, hard constitution we need. So please guess, how many times has it been amended since then in the 13 years? 15 times. So more than one amendment per year it has been amended, according to the actual interest of those who are on power. And it also affected the judicial system. The judicial system has been also amended year by year. Actual annual legislations change the laws regarding and governing the judiciary. So we are living in a constant judicial reform, which is actually unbearable and is not serving the judicial independence and the rule of law. So our consequence is that the Constitution cannot defend us. If we are talking about judiciary, only judges can defend themselves. And I know the traditional approach, which was mentioned in Monika's brilliant presentation, that the judges only speak through your judgments. It's a traditional approach. But currently, I strongly disagree. So this is old-fashioned and not effective these days. These are new challenges. These are new types of attacks on the judiciary. And one of my statements is that judges have independence as long as they can and will stand up for it. Otherwise, they can be wiped out and wiped down. Okay, traditional democracies are still not in safe positions. So I just, a very brief story, that when I explained first time in 2018 to our European partners in the European Union that you are also not in a safe position with your old democracies. They were laughing at me. Now they're not laughing anymore.
So thank you for that. And I want to get back to you, Tony.
Sure.
I want to ask you about your opinion about the involvement of judges in sounding out their voices against judicial overhauls. Should they? Shouldn't they?
100% they should. And first of all, I'm happy that we have our friends here from Poland and Hungary who are acting judges. You know, they're not retired judges, and they don't mind appearing here and saying very clear things. Why? Because because the rule of law is not a political question. It's not a political question. It has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with politics. So judges should not be involved in political issues, granted. But judges speaking about the rule of law and the basic principle of democracy, it's their duty. It's not only that they shouldn't refrain from it, that's their duty. So in Israel, we don't see that. We see, like our friends here, Yoram and Ayala, retired judges who are able to speak more freely, and I don't expect an acting judge to speak in the same manner because it's clear that there are some constraints, but to have a clear and unequivocal position for the rule of law is essential. And I think, for example, Esther Chayut did it when she was president of the Supreme Court. She didn't. Now, of course, when there's a smear campaign running around all the time, and there is, just this morning, as Amit said, just this morning, we have a terrorist attack, and the judges are being blamed for it on the scene by the Minister of whatever.
By the Prime Minister.
And the Prime Minister, yeah. So I understand that it's very difficult. People are subject to constant attack, and smear campaigns are very effective, and everybody is affected by it. But they should do it, nevertheless.
And of course, I'll ask the judges in a minute, and I'll return to Justice Danziger. But before, I want to ask you, Justice Danziger, about the fact that Tony very clearly said, I think judges have a duty. Maybe he views it as an ethical one, maybe he views it as a legal one, but wait, don't answer. I want to ask you, Professor Levine, in your opinion, what is the role of judges in democratic backsliding scenarios, and should judges publicly sound their voices and struggle, or just maintain judicial restraint, which is something we often hear, a demand we often hear?
So, of course, traditionally, the classic position has been that judges should speak only through their written judicial opinions. And this was also mentioned here earlier. This is while retired judges, civil society, academics, lawyers can and indeed should speak outside the courtroom. But is this conclusion still valid today? After all, even when judges do speak in judgments, selective and deliberately misleading citations over their views have become routine. Only yesterday, for example, this occurred with respect to the ruling on the availability of food to security prisoners. And yet, judges, being human, exist beyond the written space of their judicial opinions. Consider, for instance, Justice Ronen's attendance to an event at the Hebrew University where she faced criticism due to the honoraries' claimed political positions, despite that the event itself did not address those views, those claimed views. Or take another recent example. A closed door for security reasons judicial deliberation was leaked to the press, accompanied by misleading citations designed to justify attacks on the justices' alleged political views. Judges also speak in hearings, and one of the most iconic public statements in Israel, Chief Justice Chayut's "No Fortress Falls," was uttered during a hearing, not in a written judgment. Moreover, Chief Justice Chayut's remarks at the Israeli Association of Public Law Conference early on January 2023, just 8 days after Justice Minister Levine announced his judicial overhaul plan, proved decisive in galvanizing the protest movement. Her statement, this is not a plan for reform. It is a plan to crush the judicial system. It aims to deliver a mortal blow to the independence of the judiciary and to turn it into a silent branch was a turning point. And indeed, here, at least her predictions were accurate. Therefore, the classic position no longer suffices. Judges today, I believe, do carry a crucial responsibility, preserving the distinction between the institution and the individual, between one's role and one's personal opinion, in a word, between democracy and populism. And fulfilling this responsibility is not optional. It is the duty of all Democrats, including judges.
Justice Danziger, on that duty, and is there a difference between retired and acting justices, judges?
Yeah, I truly believe that retired judges should join protests against our government's initiative. We do so during the last 32 months. The only exemption in my eyes is those that retired after January 23. Maybe they shouldn't join the protests, maybe. But each one of my colleagues who retired before January 23, I should recommend to him or to her, do whatever you can to fight.
So you think there's a chilling period for...
Yeah. And I think that we can choose the way. Each one of us should choose his own or hers proper way of protest. We can demonstrate our beliefs in public gatherings. We can give lectures. We can write articles. We can also join those who bring forward petitions to the High Court of Justice. The only thing that I'm still quite confused is this option of actually civil disobedience. I'm not sure about it. I know that Ayla is more...
I'm doubtful about it myself.
I'm doubtful about this one. So that's the only thing that I'm not certain that should be taken as first protest or action against this constitutional revolution. But all the other things, we must do it, we should do it, and I must say that the Israeli Bar Association is doing its best to see that retired justices cope with them. But for the time being, we do not succeed. It's only a number of judges that do not hesitate to say what they have in mind.
I admit that, of course, I'm tempted, and I guess others in the audience are too, but I won't force anyone to answer something that's not comfortable. But in a sense, like we all know, we raised in Israel, we all served in the army, and we all know the phrase, "פקודה בלתי חוקית בעליל, בוודאי שעליך לא לציית לה." And we kind of find ourselves suddenly thinking of, are we there, are we not? And I'm not talking about specifically about the IDF in Gaza in that respect. I'm talking generally about the principle of civil disobedience, whether to what we view as an unconstitutional, perhaps, reform and the violation of the rule of law, not only in military aspects. I just shared my thoughts. If anybody will want to comment, they can. I'm not pushing anyone to any end. Tamás, I want to ask you, you were one of the, bluntly put, severely hurt by sounding your voice on the verge of real violence, if not real violence. And you didn't give up. You continued. You're here sounding your voice, even in our country, which is a controversial one for many people around the world right now. Please share that experience and let us know if you think other judges could survive that. It really shuts them. And how do you view all that? And please also share some graphics of what you went through. I've seen it and it's astonishing.
So my personal story is that I became So I get elected to the Judicial Council in 2018, and our Judicial Council started to act with a new approach, with this, we can call it activist approach, but I rather say it a lawful approach, that we exercised our rights on a effective way, and we started to address the issues, yes, in the domestic level, also in the international level. And we were attacked immediately in the press, and I was one of the victims of the huge smear campaigns, and I will have a short presentation on that in a few minutes, in 3 minutes long, so not a long one. But before that, I would like to read out a quotation of the opinion of the Consultative Council of the European Judges, which is under the umbrella of the Council of Europe. I know that Israel is not a member of it, but it's a useful international source, and it can be used as an international standard, and it's very clear. It comes from 2022. It's their opinion number 25. Judges may address threats to judicial independence both at national and international level. If judicial independence or the ability of the judicial power to exercise its constitutional role are threatened or attacked, the judiciary must be resilient and defend its position fearlessly. This duty practically arises when democracy is in a malfunctioning state, with its fundamental values disintegrating, and judicial independence is under attack. This was the situation back then in Hungary. This is still the situation in Hungary, I must say. And for this reason, I undertake this role to speak out. Yes, I'm not in a role anymore, so I'm not council member anymore. I'm not a member of any associations, but as a judge, I can do it. And I should do it. It comes from our profession. But I must also admit that Hungarian judges haven't recognized this as soon as it is possible, and we gave 6 years' time without any proper response to these challenges. So the consequences, what lesson we learned, you should act immediately. You cannot wait for the wonder. You cannot wait for that.
Because you feel that there is damage that cannot be overturned?
Yes, okay. And it's also too naive to think that if I do a favor, that will be honored by another favor for those of power. No, that our lesson is not.
What, for instance, is something that you feel that is changed for good, for the bad?
Yeah. I can say that this administrative model, what was initiated in the Constitution, that there is a powerful administrative leader who is fighting with our Judicial Council. This model failed, so they then released it. But they had a new plan, strengthening and the Supreme Court. So instead of capturing the regional courts by a strong administrative leader, this plan failed. Then the new plan was strengthening the Supreme Court, putting there a president who has never been a judge before. So the current Chief Justice has never been a judge before his election as the Chief Justice. And 2 legal amendments paved his way, which questions his impartiality. This was our decision and our opinion as a council, which was disregarded. So he is still operating as Chief Justice. So this was a new plan, but what we could do, we could slow down the process. They had to change the method. And this is also a success. It's not only a success if we fix everything. It should be unrealistic to fix everything and to recover everything as a whole. But the winning time is also a big gain.
Can you share a bit with the presentation that you have of what you went through?
Yes, if you allow me to run my small PPT. It had only a few slides, not a long one. But I would illustrate its smear campaign with a few pictures, only a few ones, but because there would be more. But how can I make the next? Okay. So this is the picture which has burned into my mind actually. So it's burned into my retina. This is a picture of me and a colleague from the Judicial Council. We both met in an official engagement. The former U.S. ambassador to Hungary, David Pressman. This is an official picture of the meeting. It was an official meeting. we both parties published it. But then we received an immediate huge attack for this meeting, claiming that a judge cannot meet an ambassador, which is unreal, you know, it's all the stakeholders meeting ambassadors to the countries. And we were labeled as traitors of the homeland, allies of Brussels. It was called calm diplomacy. My colleague was called judge of terror, blood judge. They urged us to resign immediately, and it was such an intense campaign.
What was the moral flaw? Why is support?
Why? Brussels is, you know, the center of the European Union. The European Union is blamed for every bad things in the public debates controlled by the government. And this campaign lasted 1 month long at least, with more than 400 articles, entries, TV spots. It was very intense. It was 2022 All Saints Day, 1st of November, went into state television, and every single hour my face appeared, my picture, that he is not an independent judge, he should resign immediately. So we had to face this. But what was the goal, and what is the aim of a campaign like this? Not to make me cover. They know me, I won't be covered, but make all the other judges the consequence, that if you are speaking up, this is the consequence for you. So this means this is the chilling effect. This is a beautiful example of the chilling effect. This, all the judiciary is in the target, not me in my person, but I am attacked in my person. This was a huge campaign. It still recurs sometimes in the press. I'm called pressman's judge, and I will show you another example. This is the latest one. This was this April, so only a few months ago. Me as a judge released 2 drug traffickers for professional reasons.
Give the reasons.
The reasons I
Everyone's
won't tell
a lawyer
you,
here.
Judges are not entitled in Hungary to comment their own cases publicly, so I won't tell you the reasons why I released the 2 drug traffickers. It had legal reasons. I was portrayed in this montage in one of the news televisions controlled by the government, together with George Soros, the philanthropist you know, or know maybe, and the drug needle. It's a beautiful montage, and I'm connected with George Soros because I participated in professional cooperations with the Hungarian NGOs on a professional level. So this is the latest one, and there were also TV spots and recurring, and there was analysis of my sins actually. So this does not happen. That it's really happening. So these pictures.
Do you have friends, judges, that you felt that they should? Don't say a name, but judges that you know that were chilled, were really afraid because they knew that they'll get such a reaction if
I know that the first time when we were really attacked, there were judges who barely dared to call me with professional engagement because it's too dangerous to get in a relationship with.
So it's dangerous to get in a relationship with you?
With
to be associated with you? Yes, okay, so you were portrayed as someone who's problematic to associate with. This was the method of
this typical smear campaign. The first articles appear in an anonymous blog, then government outlets pick up the story, famous journalists write, publish opinions on it, and then come these think tank experts who are making the expertise for that, and fake legal reasons why it was unbearable what this judge did. And then came the government politicians who also comment the case. And this story reaches millions of people. Hungary has almost 10 million inhabitants, and it reaches millions of people. It's very effective. So, and judges are easy targets, as Monika also told you, because we cannot respond as a politician.
Do you think that many judges would want to feel more protected to sound, they want to sound their voices?
Yes, protection would be essential, and that's what we did. We reached out to our international partners that yes, we are attacked at this moment, and International Association of Judges gave out a statement in defense of us, and also NGOs but politicians didn't really.
So I have a question, therefore. Maybe ethical rules could help judges, and I want to refer that question to you, Justice Prokacha. A change to the ethical rules for justices may help them sound their voices?
Well, I think as a whole, legal norms and ethical rules are usually formed for regular times, for routine times. But their beauty is their ability to change according to changing times, and of course in times of crisis. Now, as far as the legal norms that the judges, the active judges, execute, I think times of crisis justify a change of these legal rules. For example, in the sense of the tendency to intervene more in government action rather than regular times where we were very reluctant many times to intervene, having trust in government activities. When crisis of the type that Israel is confronted with, these legal norms and the discretion that the court performs, I think should go through some change and being adapted to the new situation. The same goes for the ethical rules. The ethical rules are ethics for regular times and ethics for crisis times. In crisis times, I think maybe individual judges, active judges, should be careful in their expression, but I think the system, the judicial system as a whole, should be vocal with regard to crisis matters, because this again, and rightly so it was mentioned here, these are not political issues. These are issues of basic values, democratic values, that upon which the state was instituted. This is not a political move. So I think the system should be vocal, the judicial system. As far as retired judges, I think they have a great deal of freedom. And they're not only allowed to express themselves, I think they're obligated, because their opinions have weight. And again, it's not a political expression, it's a democratic expression that goes down to the very basic values of our life.
And I think you're trying to say that it affects the public trust.
Yes.
And I want to refer that exactly to you, Judge Frąckowiak. Do you think that the public trust may get hurt if judges do not sound themselves, or on the contrary, not sounding themselves will strengthen their objectivity and therefore strengthen the public's trust in their decisions? There's a tension over here. I want to hear what you think about it.
Yeah, it's very complicated and it's a very difficult question. One thing which I know for sure, and I think we share this together, is that we need to be vocal, and judges need to speak out. Maybe it's easier through associations. Maybe I think it's a really big role of such organizations like associations of judges. But at the same time, saying that, I know I want to stress that it's for us it's quite difficult, because we have to remember about the lines we cannot cross. We are judges and we have to speak out, but we need to refer to the legal system, to rule of law issues, to human rights, to the system in general, but not to political parties. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it's really difficult, because in Poland, for example, it was very clear that it is the government and the governing party which is breaking the rules, which is violating constitution and so on. So it is them who are doing this. So whenever we were talking, we were saying that no, it's not right. Here is the violation of constitution. The system should look like this and this. It was easy to label us as politicians, and it's what we decided to do was to continue to be very active in the media, in the public sphere, but at the same time just be very cautious about what we are saying, that it cannot be used in the future as something politicized. Mm-hmm. Of course, politicians were label us anyway, but it's about our approach, and we tried to be very consequent in this.
I want to still ask you, do you think, just in one sentence, public trust is more hurt by silence from the judicial system, or seeing the judicial system as with its royal role as a side and a part is something that
no,
is
I
stronger?
think, at least in Poland, what we've seen, I think society and public really appreciated that we were
sounded
vocal.
Yourselves?
Yes.
Okay. Professor Dr. Levine, I want to ask you about this. I want to ask about the proper role of judges in responses to democratic backsliding. Should they be more active, in your opinion, specifically careful, and to avoid being accused of being too political? How do you view that?
So as I noted earlier, judges and the court as an institution bear a duty to protect democracy, in my opinion, just like any other state authority. And I also said that judges speak not only through their opinion, but if we focus for a moment on judgments themselves, we can identify at least 3 recent cases where the Israeli Supreme Court was placed in a dilemma between the democratic crisis and procedural constraints. And the first was the reasonableness case. Some justices held that the court should not look beyond the specific petition before it, that is, that it could not address the government's broader plan for reform. This follows a well-known procedural rule, namely that the court rules only on what is proven as facts before it, and not on mere predictions about the future. Yet this procedural rule is not an inevitable one. Courts are capable of addressing uncertainties and contested issues, for example, by using statistical tools and probabilistic reasoning in cases of personal injury to minors. So preserving this procedural rule in the face of an existential threat to democratic stability was not judicial conservatism, but blindness. The second case was a dismissal of...
Can you repeat that? It's interesting, that last sentence?
I'm saying, yes, it's because important. I'm preserving this procedural rule in the face of an existential threat to democratic stability was not judicial conservatism, but blindness. Ignoring the facts because they are not yet proven enough based on the procedural norm that we can only refer to what was proven to us does not seem reasonable to me at all, because justices themselves often put aside this procedural norm. To take another example, the second case was of the dismissal of the head of the Shin Bet, the secret security services. There, the government sought to avoid a ruling by changing its decision at the very last moment. The court then faced the question whether it should refrain from judgment because the petition had become moot, theoretical. Yet this procedural rule itself has exceptions. Its purpose is to prevent the abuse of judicial proceedings and their manipulation for ends unrelated to the rule of law. Here, too, preserving the rule amounted not to judicial conservatism, but to a formalism per se. And the third and final case, with your permission, concerned the appointment of the Civil Service Commissioner. The government resisted adopting a mechanism that would ensure full independence of the commissioner. The court then had to decide whether to adhere to its own precedent, which had recognized the validity of the earlier mechanism. Chief Justice Amit found that given the precedent no longer sufficed in light of present-day risks to the independence of gatekeepers. My own view is that the court erred here, but the error was substantive rather than procedural. Sometimes, after all, procedure is justified by substance. The internalization of the lack of justification for adhering to procedural rules in the face of democratic risks was recently evident in the extraordinary decision of the 9-justice panel addressing the illegality of dismissing the Attorney General. So to conclude, if we just look from the prism of what justices do in their written opinions, they should put aside some procedural anchors that might allow them to ignore reality, because reality should not be ignored.
Thank you. In light of time constraints, even though I have many follow-up questions of my own, and because I want to open this a bit to the audience, I do want a few concluding remarks from you, Justice Danziger. Are there any recommended steps, in your view, that we should in Israel adopt to fight more efficiently the government's attempted overhaul?
There are no recommended steps. Just do anything you can, all of you. Try to do your best, because it's not a matter of, lawyers fighting an initiative. It's our country and our people that should fight it. And you, as lawyers, as people from the academia, you should join forces and convince as many people as you can to fight against this horrible period of time. Please remember that democracies do not collapse in a single day. This is a process. And I feel that our democracy weakens day by day. I've heard it from all my colleagues. This is something that goes on and nothing stops it. And as history taught us, when power is available, the temptation to activate it arises. And I think that our government feel free to do whatever they like nowadays, to say that they will not respect judgments of the court, to criticize and attack judges on the spot of a terrorist attack in Jerusalem in a way that has nothing to do with the event, with the facts, talking about the judgment, about how much food we are supplying people that are imprisoned. What does it have to do with the terrorist attack in Jerusalem? So we must do our best, we must join forces.
Thank you. So it's a slippery slope that we have to stay alerted and awake in order to stop it from progressing. Thank you, everyone. I do sit down. You're not dismissed. I look at me. I've not dismissed the judges, the panel, the former Supreme Court justices I clerked for, not for them, for their thoughts. Questions to the audience, please. Yes, you had a question for a long time.
I feel a bit of an outsider here because I'm Haredi, but it's ultra-Orthodox, and I'm a new immigrant. Yes, I speak English like the Queen's King. My name's Ofra Kaplan. I'm a resident of the north in Carmiel, where out of every 4 people I meet, 3 of them are Arabic speaking. Are there any Israeli Arabs here?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, well, it's not really a surprise, is it? I mean, all my friends used to say, why are the Israeli Arabs not in the demonstrations? It's not really a surprise. The other reason I'm an outsider is because my training is in Gishur, mediation, more than litigation. And in mediation, we're trained to see how we are perceived by the other. And what I don't understand is, where is the judiciary bringing to the table how it's perceived? For 57 years, it is upheld an occupation. For 57 years, the judiciary has been involved in a dual legal system. For 57 years, the Supreme Court has upheld mainly the settlements.
I want to let the panel answer, and I want to let others. I just want to summarize your question too.
Yeah.
I think you're saying that.
We need to have also
I think you're saying that for 57 years or a very long period of time, certain interests were protected, and people in the country view you as tending towards a certain side or opinion.
And one last sentence, that has led to a decimation of our democracy. So we are part of this. So this us and them.
But I need to give, I'm very happy to hand the question. I want to have, if someone wants to address that, please, Justice Procatra.
The jurisdiction of the court is not unlimited. It is limited. And there is, because of the notion of separation of powers, there is a very clear division between the intervention of the court as far as individual breach of human rights go and questions of general governmental policy. The topic of the occupation is a very specific political policy of the government for many, many years, and the court has not intervened in that because separation of powers actually does not let it do so. But whenever there is a breach of human rights, individual human rights, there is an intervention. And people from the territories come to the Supreme Court that apparently, according to international law, it not necessarily had jurisdiction to relate to their applications, but President Shamgar, in a very, very important decision, decided that they should have a standing. And they come to the Supreme Court with applications concerning breach of human rights in the territories. This is the way the Supreme Court managed these issues. It's not, I think many people would hope that the situation in the occupied territories would change. But this is not a topic as such that the Supreme Court can deal with. This is a matter for government and for the political forces.
Thank you. John, you wanted to respond, and then Professor Levine.
It's along the same lines, but I want to add, if we're taking democracy seriously, that it means that even when our political position is in the minority, we have to accept it. That's the rules of the game. So long as there are fair elections in Israel, and parenthetically, we did not discuss that yet, but I think it's clear that the next attempt will be to tamper with the laws of election to ensure a certain majority. This is the next big fight that we have to think about. But so long as we have fair elections and the majority decided that they wanted settlement, against my personal view, the courts have nothing to do with it. That's it. That's the end of the game. This is democracy. What can we do?
But if what they decide is not legal, settlement is one.
No, so human rights and illegalities were handled by the courts. Maybe not enough, etc., but they were. But the idea that Israel decided to settle in the West Bank is not something that the courts can change. This is
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Thank you, Debbie. I just want to give you a short answer, and thank you for your question because you brought in the elephant. So thanks a lot for that. I just want to say that occupation on itself is not illegal. Okay? Under international law, occupation is a legal regime. Of course, you have to obey certain standards, Some of them are disputed, such as whether settlements are violation of international law or not. But the thing is that what this current government aims to do, according to its own statements, its own coalition agreements, is to practically, legally, and all-wise annex the West Bank. And this was just formally even announced by the second Minister of Security Matters, also known as the Finances Minister. So this annexation step is something that will not pass the Supreme Court. And this is why we have these two attacks on parallel. The attack on the judiciary is because of the aim to annex the West Bank. So,
just a minute. I want to open it to others. Just a minute. I want to open it to
imposing citizenship is violation of international law.
And I'm very glad about that. I want to open it to others. Ken.
Since the beginning of this convention, I'm sitting here and thinking to myself, zooming out a bit, what are the common grounds of all the countries that suffer from this deterioration of democracy? What can we learn from it, and how can we deduct preemptive steps to counter it? So this is one thing I think that this convention has to focus on, and I don't hear it so much in what people say. And I think it's a very important thing. Speaking about education, I completely agree for the future. But what are the common grounds that special countries experience to suffer this special deterioration?
All countries suffer from attacks on their democratic nature. All countries. Democracy is the weakest system of governance.
The question is to which extent. Not all countries suffer to the same extent. Mm-hmm. And we have to ask ourselves, as these parties that want to guard it, as these people that really want to guard it, why in some countries it is to this extent, and why in the others it's to a lesser extent. This is one point that I wanted to touch on. Then the other point that I wanted to touch on is zooming in. I'm sitting in this very nice place. We're speaking about very important topics, and half of the place is empty. We are the people that should bring really the word out to all Israel. And what are we doing about it? Nothing. And with all due respect, I completely do not agree with the honorable judge here that say that we don't have to take steps. I think that we should have a very specific program, maybe through Democrisis, maybe through whatever. Today now, it's every party on its own, but the sound is not united, like the sound of the other parties which do want the democracy to continue deteriorating.
I share your concerns, and we are of the few that constantly meet and try to do as much as we can, being extremely active for and there are people in this audience that Nadav and Doni and Yoram and Ayala and Yonit and Vered and Avichai Mendelblit and Amit and countless. I meet them. So we are all people that have a lot of work, and we try so much. Yeah. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying
we're here.
Absolutely. We don't know what you better do.
The thing is, we're speaking here to the preach.
Yeah, we're preaching to the choir. Right. Exactly. We're preaching to the choir. You're right. I'm very sad about it, and I'm absolutely happy to hear what can be done.
Taking it out to the other side, and the other side is so. I mean, they brainwash.
Bilat, I think you are right, but on the other hand, the other party thinks that we, those people that march, that go on protest, that we show a kind of strength that they are envy of. So I'm not sure that the other party is very strong and very dedicated, and we are weak. I do agree with you that things can be done better. Let me not talk about lawyers or the Israeli Bar Association. I regret every weekend the fact that out of my family, which includes 10 members, there are only 5 that goes to Kikar HaTufim or to Abima. Part of my children say we don't want to get into it, we have other things to do, and I think that part of us share the same experience. This is, if I fail at home, why do you blame all this audience for not doing more?
No, I'm not blaming. I'm suggesting a way to go. I'm not blaming. I'm suggesting a way to go forward.
Okay,
this
Billy,
is the main thing.
Billy, this is Amit Becher joining. I mean, I know your energy and your enthusiasm. Join forces with the Israeli Bar Association. Why not?
Last question. Sorry,
Bridge the choir is important to preserve religious.
I'm very. I am subject to Vered's authority. That's the truth. Vered, there are so many hands here. From Dan. Continue. Okay, so Dan.
If I can follow up and paraphrase the last 2 questions.
מי זה? הוא נורא מוכר לי. מכיר אותו?
Is contempt of the government not just to national law, but international law. So one elephant in the room, as the author was saying, is the occupation, and we're also you mentioned also the ongoing war. To which extent is your role? I mean, you mentioned, Professor, that the occupation of the state is not illegal, but the settlements are, and they've been there for a long time.
I didn't say so.
Sorry?
I didn't say so.
It's not illegal to say, but I'm adding that even if the occupation is not, the settlements are, and you mentioned the annexation, and now we have an ongoing war where we're being accused by an international platform and tribunals. And here it goes back. I think that's another element. In the case of the Israeli judiciary, to which extent it's no longer, I mean, yes, it's a policy of the government, but once the government breaches international law and it's almost
On a daily basis.
It's disputable. It's not so obvious. I disagree with it.
Disputable.
You can signal that perhaps the government should check itself and not cross the flags that unite us in the purity of arms and other values that we.
Of course, but look, you open it to this goes to the problematic place that she's talking about.
Okay.
If you want to break the unity.
I think we have to take a break, and people can obviously continue the conversations. How much? A few minutes? 10 minutes? 10 minutes break. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming.
we had a preliminary discussion the other week, and I told the panel members that due to our hour, we should be extra interesting. So I hope we can meet this challenge. We have our distinguished guest, Justice Matusik from Hungary. I hope I pronounced it right.
Kind of.
Kind of.
Matusik, thank you.
We have 1 hour to practice. And we have Advocate Yonit Kalmanovich, Head of Foreign Affairs in the Israeli Bar, and one of the 9 members of the Israeli Judicial Nomination Committee. And we have Dr. Omaya Sion, who will give us the angle of the political science of our topic, one of the founders of Democratic Institution. And we have Dr. Ofra Bloch from the Tel Aviv University, who will give us the angle of the legal lecturers on the topic which we'll discuss. And as I may say, a clear moving forward to the topic that was discussed earlier, we will discuss the role of the National Bar Association, the Israeli Bar Association, and the civil society organizations in our challenge to save democracy in Israel. So without further announcements, we will start with you, Judge Matusik. And it is, if I may say, it is extremely interesting to hear you and your colleague from Poland. I sat here to hear you, and we are so much entangled with our own challenge and fight for democracy in Israel that hearing you from Europe and the challenges that you met and the way you dealt it is inspiring. So I would thank you very much if you could refer to what you see with the National Bar Association. What are your thoughts as to what we as citizens and lawyers in private practice can do in order to save democracy?
Thank you so much. As a judge, it's not that easy to comment on this question, and especially to comment on other legal professions' duty. As far as I can say that in Hungary, we have Bar Association, which is mandatory for lawyers to be members of. And the president of the National Bar Association is not a member of the National Judicial Council, but they have a consultative rights to be present at the meetings and to comment on the issues when they feel so. How it was in the practice in the recent years, I would rather say that the National Bar Association in Hungary rather took a neutral position during these debates. That doesn't mean that the president didn't have some strong opinion sometimes, but as a whole, they didn't take part in the debates in the judiciary. But when our National Judicial Council was disregarded by the president of the judicial office for 1.5 years long, the head of the Bar Association still were always present at our meetings and recognized our legitimacy, but the judicial president did not. So that I must admit. But what the National Bar Association always say that we cannot take a clear position which is too politicized, because we are representing all the lawyers of Hungary from left to right and from all political sides, and this is their position. So they are not active in political debates, even not always in professional debates when it comes to the legislative changes. When lawyers show up with stronger opinions, they are rather the association of some lawyers. So there are smaller, bigger associations of lawyers who are going to TV shows, morning shows on the television. They are comment on political questions as well, because they can do so. Lawyers are not prohibited to get involved in political activity as judges are. So we judges cannot comment on clearly political issues, only on the judicial things. Lawyers are free to comment anything, and there are lawyers who do it. And there are well-known government-friendly lawyers, there are famous opposition-friendly lawyers, and they comment on do what they do. As with judges, when we are broadening the topic and we are talking about the civil society's role, it's very important to know that in Hungary, the classical civil societies, so these watchdog NGOs, are enemies of the state in the governmental debates and the governmental propaganda, I can say. And for this reason, they also set up a civil, it's called civil law or Lex NGO, which made them more difficult to operate. And they were labeled as NGOs financed from abroad. So finance from abroad is a big sin in the political debates in Hungary.
How surprising!
But after a European Court of Justice judgment, they had to amend this law, but they always find a way to make it more difficult to operate for the NGOs. And when it comes to judiciary, the judiciary previously had good cooperation, professional cooperation with professional NGOs. For example, Hungary Helsinki Committee had handbooks on the topic of the pretrial detention, which is actually my field of interest as a judge. And there were common trainings with them. They were invited to the Judicial Academy to cooperate in these trainings, and they are also since then banned from this. Then they are also treated as enemies of the state, so for this reason they're not invited anymore. And judges who were in a professional engagement with them. So for example, I was a speaker at one of their conferences. I'm also labeled as a mercenary of George Soros, who finances the Hungary Helsinki Committee. So these are how things happen. And for example, NGOs are also, these foreign finance NGOs are also banned from the prison system, which they were present before, assisting the inmates, exercising their rights. So they were also sent out from there. And the last thing that it comes into mind when we are talking about the role of the NGOs is the judicial associations, of course, and those NGOs who are really dealing with this. And there are also NGOs who are following the events in the judiciary and making contributions to the European Commission, writing submissions, giving opinions, interviewing judges, writing articles in the independent press, and they assisted a lot in the fight for the judicial independence, and they contributed a lot. This is also considered as their sin, actually, in the eyes of the government. And there are the judicial associations, which we also have in Hungary. We have a large one and a traditional one. It's called Hungarian Association of Judges, and there are a few smaller ones, and there is a new one which is also sometimes publish their voice about these issues. But I must say that in contrary to Poland, where they have the brilliant Justitia, which is a very large, powerful, and very professional communicating association, we don't have such a strong association. So when in Hungary the judicial resistance started in 2018, it was led by the Judicial Council and not by the Association of Judges. Association of Judges rather followed. And at some points they contributed in a good way, some points in a bad way. So they weren't straightforward, outspoken, brave. I can say they were not brave at all. But recently they had one big result, which we should recognize and really respect, that they organized a demonstration of judges in Hungary, and I have a presentation of that if you allow me to.
I think it amazed us when we spoke last week that you told us about this demonstration of acting judges in the street
But it's not a Hungarian unique phenomenon. Poland had it previously, years before us, the March of 1,000 Ropes. It was the role model, I can say, of every European judges demonstration. It inspired also Hungarian judges and inspired us. Our demonstration also started in March, but
yes.
we haven't wear our robes. It has the reasons, but so it was similar but not the same.
But you were in the streets.
We were in the streets, and I have some pictures.
Let's see it.
To you, if you switch my on. So it's the same brief and only a few slides presentation as the previous one, but it's much more uplifting and not that sad actually. It was in this February. What was the background story? I must admit that I hadn't believed in it that it can once happen, that Hungarian judges go to the streets like the Polish judges did. So when I gave an interview to one of the largest YouTube channels in Hungary, to Partizan, last November, and I started to talk about my need or my thoughts on a demonstration which would be good to have once, but I said that, but I don't believe that it ever happens. So I was really pessimistic in this regard, and in practice it happened 4 months later. So that's also an example that you don't have to see the whole track for a longer term. You should do the next task always. What was the background story of it? 2024, mentioned in the previous panel, there was a political pressure on the National Judicial Council, or the new National Judicial Council, our successors, so I wasn't a member that time of the council. Minister of Justice wanted to sign an agreement with the Judicial Council. They wanted the Judicial Council to agree in new judicial reforms, which were quite dangerous for the judicial independence, with the compensation of raising the judicial salaries. So it was, we called it as a blackmail, or as a political pressure, which unfortunately the Judicial Council agreed. And it made the judges, majority of judges of Hungary really upset actually, and also sad that it could happen. And also the Chief Justice made operations, which I won't explain now in detail, which show that he wants to have a full judicial capture in the Hungarian courts. And in the end of the year, 2024, hundreds of judges wrote statements, open letters, and published on the website of the Hungarian Association of Judges. It was a very important step because it was the first time that judges with their names published their own positions on the issues of the judicial independence and the judiciary. So we can also consider it as some point as a harder thing than being on the street as anonymous judge, but with their names they gave out the statements. And Hungary has 3,000 judges, and there were more 100 judges who signed petitions like this. It wasn't one uniform petition, but all but different ones from judges with the same meaning and the same message. So, and this followed the plans of the government, which started to execute the content of the agreement, which was signed by the judicial stakeholders, and the salaries haven't been raised in the judiciary significantly, only by 15%, which was nothing compared to the high inflation rate of the recent years. However, the salary of the Supreme Court judges was significantly raised, doubled actually. So it was a big gap between the two. We know what was the aim, judicial capture on the Supreme Court. And the Chief Justice also confessed in a letter sent, it wasn't open, but it was leaked to the judges, that this raise of our salary, the Supreme Court salary, was not for free. It has its price, meaning what can it be the price? I won't guess it. You can do it for yourself. So the demonstration, this is the background story of the demonstration. It was organized by the until then quite passive Hungarian Association of Judges, and It started with a march from the building of the parliament. These guys in the yellow vest, they were volunteers, mainly friends of the organizers. One is a very good friend of mine. And there are people marching there. There were judges in the crowd, but not only judges. It was open for anyone. And approximately 5,000-6,000 people was there in the street. The organizers also invited the presidents of the International Association of Judges and the European Association of Judges, who accepted the invitation and gave beautiful, powerful speeches on the judicial independence and the actual challenges of the Hungarian judges. And there were a few more speakers from the Hungarian judiciary, current and retired judges as well. I was honored to be one of the speakers. It was a very heartwarming moment. Only this reason I show this picture, but you can see there all the speakers of this event, including the international speakers, and the former Chief Justice of Hungary, András Baka, was also one of the presenters. And this is the last picture of the crowd, showing it that yes, it wasn't that, I don't know, enormous event, but it was quite a big success. There were many people. The government controlled media covered the story that no judges appeared. No judges appeared in the demonstration, and the Hungarian Association of Judges made a correction lawsuit and won it in the final judgment that yes, there were judges, and they could prove it, and not only the speakers were there judges. So I've seen a lot of familiar faces or close colleagues as well in the demonstration. It was quite a big success, and after this demonstration, some of the plans, the district court reform, was dropped or suspended by the government. It hasn't been executed. So, however, the Judicial Association doesn't communicate this success, but I can tell you that, yeah, some of the planned reforms which were in the agreement hasn't been executed 2 times. So it's quite a it has some impact, I think, on the things happening. Of course, some of these reforms are executed and enforced, but that's why I said that a partial success is a success when we are on the resistance side and when we are defending judicial independence. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That is truly inspiring. I would like to move on to Dr. Bloch. You are a member of the Forum of Lecturers for Constitutional Law, which is one of the main active groups in our resistance. So I would ask you to share with us your thoughts about what civil society and what lawyers as a group can do in our challenge.
Sure. So hi, good evening everyone, and thank you Nadav, and thank you the Honorable Judge. So I think what I'll do is, what I thought about doing is to divide my brief, don't worry, brief, I know what the time is, comments to 2 parts that I thought about. The first is zooming out more like my hat as a constitutional law professor who actually stands here and talk about constitutional law all day, about the relationship between law and democratic backsliding that we've been kind of talking about but not really talking about the whole conference, and then get to what is there to do and maybe how to do it, resisting populist autocrats. I'm going to interchange popular autocrats and democratic backsliding because I think Poland, Hungary, and Israel are facing forms of populist authoritarianism. So just a brief caveat before I delve into like this relationship is that there are many ways in which Israel, Hungary, Poland, and other places are very similar in the techniques, and I will get to that later. But there is one important manner which Israel is different, and that's the fact that Israel was, or I'm not going to say anything, I hope, too controversial, but the Israeli democracy is challenged, has not been a full-blown democracy in different aspects, but the most important aspect is the fact of the occupied territories and the regime there, and has been challenged due to that. And in fact, it's controversial to think that there are good ways to separate what we see as the judicial overhaul from this situation. In a piece I wrote with Professor Barak Medina from Hebrew U, we argue that this judicial overhaul of this government is actually part of a longer transformation to a regime of more Jewish supremacy and inequality. I can send it to people who are interested. It's online. And I'm not sure, but I think it's telling also the fact that we don't have a Palestinian speaker in this conference at all, and that the topic hasn't come, that the issue is there and not there the whole time. That said, I will try to talk about what I've been asked. So talking about the relationship between law and autocrats, well, there are two ways that I have been thinking about that authoritarian leaders around the world have been using law in a rather unique way, in a way that is not similar to the way law is used in the regular fashion in democratic regimes. And the first is the known from the literature about democratic backsliding, that today democratic backsliding, we know it by name, is incremental. These are slow changes, and they don't happen externally to law. They use constitutional amendments and constitutional reforms. They claim the mantle of law, and they claim legality and the rule of law in order to act and dismantle democracy. So it's a very instrumental use of law. And then there is another way that is unique in how populist autocrats use law, and that now I'm talking about my own work with Professor Davidson from our faculty, and in the way their perception of law that is unique and different from what we're used to and from what we all studied in jurisprudence in 1L classes, and that's the Torat המשפט. And that's the way they think about the law as an instrument, a complete instrument, a pure instrument for serving the will of the pure people, who are usually not even a majority. And they collapse the separation of politics and law, which I think has been brought up in different instances in the previous panel. They criticize us in legal academia, they criticize the bar, they even criticize this conference in a few WhatsApp groups that I've been a part of for being political, taking a side. What is the bar doing in taking a side, right? They're exposing us of taking a side. They're saying that there is nothing neutral about the way we think about we. I'm not sure there is a common we here, especially after my first comment today. About law, that there is nothing neutral about being liberal, right? And we'll get to that later. And then the second point is that they use law in an extreme positivist way. Whatever is the written law, that is the law, and there is no higher norms of values. There is no Baraki court of higher values of this nation, right? And now the question is how to counter this extreme instrumental and tricky use and perception of law. And we've heard about one way of the judges and the judiciary in Hungary. And there is the comparative angle of civil society. And my experience, as Nadav alluded, is as part of the law professors' Forum for Democracy. I will tell you just a little bit about the work that we've been doing more before the war, before October 7th, less so since, but we're still going. And why I think it's so hard to combat such a perception and use of law and the way this government and other governments around the world have been using the law. So just to say, the forum is about 150 members of law professors, mostly public law professors, but not only, that we came together after this government announced its plans for reform, Yariv Levin's special speech. We've been started working, and it was drafting position papers at first about every single issue that was on the table: how to nominate judges, how to elect judges, what is diversity, how this reform is going to affect these types of rights, what's the connection between the two, what's the connection of the media, why is independence important, what is check and balances, refuting false narratives and trying to bring in more facts using our expertise. But we really early on realized that this is really not enough, and that we have to, in order to be out there, we have to not write 10 pages of each position paper. We have to do short WhatsApp text, and we have to do YouTube videos, and YouTube is even outdated, and we have to be on TikTok, and we have to be everywhere, and we have to do teachings, and we have to talk at schools, and we have to speak in demonstrations, and we have been doing a lot of that. And this is tricky, and it has been tricky, and I'm just gonna leave us with two questions. I'm gonna leave aside the set of questions of being an activist as a law professor who also has to then come and teach here the law and not be the activist and not be my whatever Twitter, I don't have Twitter anymore, but my Twitter persona. So I think one set of questions that is strategic questions that not sure what's your name, but what's your name? Bilhat, that you raised just before we ended the last session. Like, what are we doing? How are we being strategically successful with our struggle? How we make ourselves available to the public? How do we not simplify criticisms that we have for the court, for whatever, but also being very, very effective in our struggle? And then the second, I think, more interesting set of questions has to do with authority. How do we claim authority of knowing what law is or what law should be, what democracy is and what democracy isn't, while also accepting this criticism that there is maybe nothing neutral in doing that? I want to suggest that it might be not neutral to do this struggle that we're all engaging in, that it is liberal, and that claiming liberal values is politics, and that we maybe shouldn't shy away from the fact that it's both legal and political, and that's fine.
Thank you very much. So I would like to pass on to you, Dr. Sion, and as I've mentioned when we started, you give us the political science angle, and you also have the international aspect. So it is very interesting to hear from you your notions and comments on the topic we're discussing.
So thank you, Nadav. I am a lecturer here at the university, but not for law, and I'm not under my hat as an academic. I am under my hat as a co-founder of Democracies and as the director of Israel-Europe Program Relations at the Mitmim Institute that is reaching out by diplomatic means and other foreign policy instruments. So mostly on democracies issue. I want to give a wider picture, to do a zoom out and describe, these textbooks that we all know, but give it a little bit more flesh and tell you a little bit more about what we did through Democracies, which Dan presented at the beginning of the conference. So during 23, many Israelis went through an intensive crash course in democracy. We learned that backsliding and breaking down of democracies have a common textbook, even if it takes different shapes when it is implemented in each country. And this is why in the demonstrations that we shouted to the Minister of Justice, Yariv Levin, "Kan ze lo Polin," so here is not Poland. And we had a similar line regarding Hungary, also Mirochana, so here is not Hungary. So democratic erosion when in Israel...
Nostalgic now.
Indeed. So democratic erosion, whether in Israel, Poland, or Hungary, in the US, or elsewhere, are not isolated one from another, and anti-democratic leaders learn from another. We heard that today. They share knowledge of illiberal tactics and strategies between them. And we know this textbook, it has a few spearheads that actually aims into the main pillars of democracy, of critical and independent thinking, of right-based society. And the first pillar is the judiciary, and I think we covered that to a great extent. I just want to stress that this is often the first target because this is also the last line of defense against the executive overreach. The second target for the attack is the against the democratic pillars is the media. And independence journalism provides citizens with the information that they need to hold governments accountable, restricting media freedom, concentrating ownership in loyal hands. There's a lot of time also the issue of corruption. Those governments are full with corruptions. Taking the media also includes intimidating journalists and flooding the public sphere with propaganda and disinformation, eroding pluralism and shrinking the space for informed debate. And some of the tactics used, those are just some of the tactics used by illiberal governments. The third democratic pillar targeted, which is perhaps the most resilient frontline, at least in some of the countries, and here, forgive me, Tamás, but I think Israel and Poland are best practices, and this in the fight of democracy, and this is civil society organizations. And I'm afraid that Hungary is not the strongest case to learn from, but we did find some good civil society organizations in Holland to cooperate with through Democracies, and we were hoping, to strengthen this dialogue further. So before I elaborate on civil society organizations, there is also a fourth pillar of democracy that is being targeted by anti-democratic forces, and that is the electoral integrity. And then while elections often continue to be held, their fairness is gradually hollowed out, and media imbalances is part of that. And also control over electoral commissions, gerrymandering, voter suppression, and the misuse of state resources, they tip the playing field. Elections stop being a genuine competition between choices and turn to mainly keep those in power in place. And you can understand, I think, exactly the country that I'm talking about, and I do not refer to Israel. We always think about Israel, but no. And in April 26, Hungary will have its general elections. I think it's the fourth time since Orban was elected, right? It was elected in 2010. So you had already 3 rounds of elections. April 26th, there's going to be another one. And we're really hoping something would us in democracies are hoping that something may change in Hungary. So together those tactics form a recognizable pattern, weakening courts, controlling information while spreading disinformation, suffocating civil society, and undermining electoral competition. And each reinforces the other, creating a cycle that is different, that is difficult but possible to reverse. So I think there was a lot of depression in our conversations today, but perseverance was one of the issues that we have to hold, and hope also. And I think that this is what Amit Becher also referred to, this perseverance. We cannot allow ourselves to give in to all those forces around us. The academia and the research community are another important component that anti-democratic governments try to intimidate and cripple their independent and critical thinking. So I'd like to elaborate a little bit more about civil society organizations. I note the time and the strength of time, but this is, I think, really important. I think that civil society are in the front line. They are mobilizers. And you could be also 2 personas or 3 personas sometimes, and you could be in the academia, and you could be civil society organization, and you could be lawyers, and you could be even be judges, and have some sort of activist role and civil society. So we are all civilians. We could be under many different hats. And this is also another thing that we're trying to promote in Democracies. And also I think in Israel, especially maybe because of Hebrew, but not only, maybe because we are the only democracy, as we used to say, in the Middle East. I think the lawyers, and I studied a lot of courses of law in my second degree, are in this bubble, in this bubble of Israeli judicial club, which is a great club, but I'm not sure that it's reaching out to their international colleagues, and there's a lot of learning to do, a lot of conversation, mind-storming. There's much to learn, also from the association, the European Association of Lawyers, of Judges. There are practices that you could learn from, or even just reaching out for support, for solidarity, for saying, hey, here in Israel, we are fighting, we're still fighting this war, even though that after the 7th of October, it's much less seen on the screens in Europe. It used to be on the screens in Europe. I know that our colleagues in Poland took a lot of inspiration from those huge demonstrations, really unequivalent to any other country, if you triple it by population to other countries. So we were a force of inspiration, and I think we need to speak that we still exist and to show our activities. So civil society organizations are independent, non-governmental groups, such as grassroots movements. The protest movement in Israel is one example. Professional association, as the Israeli Bar of Association. It's also advocacy networks. It's community initiatives coming completely bottom up by simple citizens. And they represent citizens' interests and values. And democracy is kind of a mix of these forms. It is a bit research-driven advocacy network, trying to find the communities and networks to work with. It's a platform that connects grassroots activists and civil society organizations across borders to create this network in which there is a transfer of knowledge and experience to share best practices, to show solidarity and support one another as a community working against all forms of democratic backsliding. And civil society organizations also defend vulnerable communities and document abuses, such as Lawyers Support Network for Detainees in the pro-democratic demonstration in Israel. So the lawyers coming to the help of the ones that police take in custody. So this is a good example, I think, of being a practical, how to use your profession in a pro-democratic, liberal way. In times of democratic backsliding, civil society organizations play a crucial role as watchdogs and mobilizers of citizens. They defend human rights, they hold governments accountable, and connect local struggle to international allies. We still have international allies. They decrease by the day, but I think this is why it's even more important to do this outreach, to have those international allies. And then we become the front line. The civil society organizations, the activists, become the front line in resisting illiberal and anti-democratic moves. And this is, I think, the reason why in Hungary, in Poland, in Israel, we see the same legislation, almost the same identical legislation against civil society organizations, calling them enemies of the state, betrayals, talking about foreign funding, not speaking about private funding, of which the Kohelet Institute, for example, just as an example, enjoys very much. And really a smear campaign, big smear campaign, it actually began in Russia, a very undemocratic state, and that was against European and American funding to actually promote democracy in Russia. And it also, is part of the mechanism that Russia is using, not only against the law, the domestic, legal statute, whatever democracy there was in Russia. I had a nice slide from our world in data of varieties of democracies to show how Russia was never a democracy, but it had a small increase, and how it was a comparative graph of Poland, Hungary, Israel, and other countries, Russia, and other countries. but when we speak about Hungary and we speak about Poland, their level of democracy, according to VDEM, was higher even than Israel, and this is because occupation and other issues that Israel suffers from. And so I won't get into details, but they had the same recipe. And here, just recently in July, there is, I don't know, maybe number 15, another proposal of legislation in Israel by a member of Knesset, Ariel Kellner. It's really a draconian prohibition on civil society organizations receiving foreign government funding. It includes a ban on organizing demonstrations, lobbying, or criticizing government policy. What do civil society organizations do? Alongside higher taxes on such donation, it also raises Supreme Court petition fees for these civil society organizations, and it allows financial sanctioning and public blacklisting. Lovely. Yeah, very democratic, and yeah. So these measures create a chilling effect. We've spoken about that. They weaken civil society's watchdog role and move Israel closer to models seen mostly in Hungary. But I think civil society in Israel is extremely fighty. There have been, as I said, a lot of such legislative proposals since 2000. Even before 2016, before it was introduced in Poland and in Hungary. And every time the opposition plays its role, and civil society organizations and other partners are playing their role to stop this legislation, there is some sort of transparency database. The civil society organizations are forced to report on those foreign funding. But so far, such legislation has not passed. And that is a source of inspiration and hope, because in other countries it did pass, and it ended up also of having civil society organizations being summed up to the police station twice a week. So we are giving a fight, a really good fight. So I think what civil society organizations need in Israel and across the world is a lot of support. It could be your support as a person coming to give a hand of participation. It could be financial support. Also, it could be solidarity, action. There's many ways to support civil society organization. You can choose your best loved organization and give it a hand. And I can say that such support of civil society organizations in Israel is even more important today, more than any other period that I can recall. I can't recall the whole 77 years of Israel, but some part of it. So I think in Israel's history, this is a time to support civil society organizations and stress we are not our government. And what is done by the government is not in our name. And we had a video of a Polish lawyer. She stopped being a practitioner lawyer, Polina Kieskowska from Free Courts, and she started together with other 3 colleagues. Michał Wawrikewicz is a member in the board of Democracies, and they started having those video clips that you were speaking about, and being, really active on Instagram, on TikTok, on wherever they could rally the crowds around them, and they were a big source of inspiration. And that was one of the, important messages that she wanted to convey today in this conference. Go out, speak out. What the government is doing is not in our name. And this also refers to how the government chooses to conduct the war in Gaza.
Maya, thank you. I would like to move on to Yonit, the representative of the Israeli bar in this panel. So, Yonit, can you refer shortly to the role of the Israeli bar today, which I think we all see as one of the main active entities still free to speak up for the rule of law and the independence of the judicial system and public lawyers as a whole group. So if you can refer to that.
Yeah, thank you. I will focus on the experience of the Israel Bar Association very briefly, I promise. Across the world, bar associations are more than professional guilds. They are institutions charged with safeguarding the independence of legal profession and, by extension, the independence of judiciary. They provide essential check and balance against attempt to politicize the courts. They serve as civil society voices when governments overreach. They ensure that lawyers can act with integrity even under political pressure. The IBA embodies these functions both domestically and internationally. The IBA holds a unique statutory role within Israel's legal system. It sits on the Judicial Appointment Committee, giving the profession decisive say in shaping judiciary. It regulates professional ethics, ensuring that lawyers remain loyal first and foremost to justice and the rule of law. In times of democratic deterioration, these responsibilities are not merely technical, they are fundamental. They are fundamental for the survival of democratic institutions. The IBA also plays an increasingly vital role in the international arena, where it acts as an ambassador of Israel's legal community. It signs MOUs and JVs with bar associations worldwide. It organizes delegations and joint conferences that foster dialogue across borders. It strengthens legal diplomacy, complementing traditional one. Through these activities, the IBA ensures that Israel remains part of the global legal community committed to democracy and human rights. Israel is also renowned for its startup nation status, and the IBA leverages this identity to promote innovation in the practice of law. It showcases legal tech solutions that enhance access to justice and judicial efficiency. It positions Israeli lawyers as pioneers in the future of legal practice. This not only elevates Israel's reputation abroad, but also demonstrates how innovation can be partner of democracy, ensuring fairer and more efficient systems of justice. When democracy is under threat, whether in Israel or abroad, the IBA stands as part of a global coalition of bar associations. It issues statements defending the independence of the judiciary. It joins international voices in condemning anti-democratic legislation. It affirms solidarity with legal professionals in countries facing suppression. In this way, IBA reminds the world that the legal profession has a universal responsibility to resist authoritarian drift and defend constitutionalism. Finally, the IBA invests heavily in education and international exchange. We are hosting foreign delegations in Israel to witness firsthand of the complexities of democracy under pressure. We're sending Israeli delegations abroad to share experiences and learn from other jurisdictions. And we're creating platforms for lawyers to network, exchange knowledge, and stand together as defenders of democracy. For conclusion, in countries where democracy is under pressure, bar associations often become the last line of defense. The Israel Bar Associations knows this reality from up close. Its domestic responsibility, its seat on the Judicial Appointment Committee, and its global partnerships together form a very powerful toolkit for safeguarding democratic values. In the international arena, the IBA's voice carries a lot of weight, not just as professional regulator, but as an ambassador of democracy, justice, and the rule of law. The lesson is clear. When lawyers stand together, nationally and internationally, democracy stands stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all members of the panel, and thank you for coming. It has been a long day, and I want to tell you, being a lawyer is not an ordinary profession. It is a social profession. We all have a mission. We all have responsibility. In Israel, 1 out of 100 men and women is a lawyer. And we are privileged to be educated, and we have our responsibility to speak up. So one may write an essay, one may give an interview, one will tweet, and one will march the streets. But we all have to speak up, and we all have to find our way to express what we know about the importance of the rule of law and democracy, because this is our profession and this is our mission of life. So thank you very much for coming to hear this conference. Special thanks for our distinguished guests from abroad, dear judges, and we will prevail. We will prevail.
הארגון הוא נטוורק, כאילו. הוא נטוורק, אנחנו רוצים להתקדם. אנחנו כן רוצים להכין,
תודה רבה. כל הכבוד, כל הכבוד.
תודה רבה.
מעריכה.
ואני מאוד אהבתי לשמוע מה שאמרת, אני מאוד מסכימה. אני יודעת שאת פעילה גם, נכון?
כן, פורום, רוצים מהמרצות.
שלחתי הודעה לגיל, אמרתי לו איך אתה לא מגיע.
יש כזה פורום למדעני המדינה.
יש לו, כולנו זה, אבל אנחנו בסדר, אנחנו בכל מקום. תודה.
קצת דאח, גם היה לנו שינוי הנהגה, כן, בכל מקום.
לא מחאה דאחה, זה היה?
בדיוק. כן, וגם נראה לי שאנשים הם, תראי, נגיד הסטודנטים שלנו שהיו מעורבים מאוד, זה גויסו למילוי.